Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the NFL Draft here at Toilets to Titles. Justin and I have the honor of taking the baton from the great team that got it kicked off last night, day 1, led by one of our leaders, Coach Sheps. We had Nino Brown in there. We had Jared Gray, who is our boots on the ground at the NFL Draft. We also had Ephraim in there as well. We had Dennis Noel in there. We had various other guests too. It was a great kickoff to day 1 last night. My friend, Justin Stevens, you and I have not collaborated together in quite a while. I got to say, I was excited. I was more excited to even collaborate with you than I am about day 2 of the NFL Draft.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. That's awesome. And it's been entirely too long. I admit that's a big part on me, big part on life. But here we are. Let's make the best of it, right?
Absolutely, man. Life comes life comes first. Let's make that clear. Life comes first, man. But I'll tell you, it's been such an awesome draft. I'm so proud of us here at Toss the Titles, just everything we've achieved over the past few months since the end of the NCAA season, and especially since the Super Bowl, all that time that's been put in by our team to collaborate on bringing great draft content product for you, our subscribers, who we appreciate so very much. Because of you, we recently got above 1,100 subscribers, and getting above 1,000 is just a key moment. And we've just steamrolled over like the past week ever since we got 1,000. We're now at like 1,120 last I checked. So it's been great. But I hope everyone's been happy with what we've been producing out there. Anyone that have ideas, we're always open. We're open ears.
Yeah. So
all right, Dino's here. Dennis, great job last night, by the way. I love listening to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dino brought it. He brought the heat. There were a couple other guys that were on. Bobby Winter made an appearance. He's been doing a lot of shorts for us, but he popped in and he saw us for a little bit. I know you may have been popping back a few at that time, so I thought I'd mention him. Dwight Peebles, who has been a regular here recently on the show, graced us with his presence to help out with the draft last night. Campy was in several times, in and out. And then, of course, Moon from over at CFB Nation. And let us not forget KT, who was in the background in the green room doing all the work that he did last night. It was amazing, getting all the banners up to date and all that. Banners are not going to look as sweet tonight, I'm going to admit, but I'm going to try my best to keep up while also.
That's right. Listen, everybody. And, hey, AF Calio, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you joined us. George Reed, can't wait until you pop in a little later. I'm just hoping some people can pop in and out at least for a little bit. That would be great. I want to hear everyone's 2 cents, especially when your team drafts. Come on in and checking in with us. But here I posted the link to our StreamYard. So if anyone would like to come in, please. We're only going to let in people who we are familiar with. It doesn't mean that you have to be family or personal friends, but people that we know that have been around for a while who we recognize, just as we have to play it safe. We don't want any psychos jumping on the screen and ruining our show or anything. So,
the nepotism comment from last night fool you about how Joe gets to run the show tonight just because he's John's cousin.
It is true, but that's okay. Nepotism's a real thing, and it's a good thing in life.
No, it is not true that it's nepotism. It is true because these players like the back of your hand.
Oh man, I'll tell you. I listen. I pat myself on the shoulder. I think I know a lot more than most people, just because I really do love, reading up on these players coming to the draft. It makes it so interesting, and I always need something to focus on. Anyway, I probably have undiagnosed ADD, so I need things to focus on. So that gives me something for a few months. I'm usually on like the mock draft simulator for months at a time, and just going through like 500 mock simulations. But listen, you got like Coach, Jared, Nino, Dennis, Moon Vibes, KT. This is our team here at Toss the Titles and the CFB Nation who really know their stuff. So I look up to those guys, and also like our frequent guests like John Laub and I'm sorry, who's the other gentleman we have on? Shane Howman.
Shane P. Howland.
Shane Hallman, yeah. So and others too, but like those are like two of our go-to guys. John Lobb and Shane Hallman. So, but I like to bring what I can. So anyway, you know what? Let me get on. I'm watching it because I am a Giants fan. I'm just watching Giants content right now on YouTube. Let me get the draft on. Have any picks been made yet, Justin?
Not that I've seen. I do not have it on the television because I'm going to be trying to run the look through Twitter and look through our sources and any other
Cool beans.
messages and DMs that are coming in to try to look out for possible trades or whatever that might come in. But
yep, I'm going to get it on right now on the Joe Knows big screen.
Very soon, though.
Cool. I expected it wasn't going to start at 7 on the dot anyway.
And also we're going to kick off with the Steelers here, unless there's a trade made, obviously. But the Steelers, after letting go of Joey Porter Jr. in the first round, kind of surprisingly, but kind of not for some people, from what I'm hearing, he ended up getting passed over by everybody else in the first round, and I don't get that at all. I kind of felt like he was not only a first round material, but kind of a strong first round guy. So the fact that he's sitting there and the Steelers are there, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, is this going to be the pick?
Right. Oh yeah. Hey, listen. That was one of the most interesting developments last night. Was Porter not being taken, and hey, Deontay Banks lasting as long as he did. And I'll tell you, this is my biggest observation from last night, and there's many because last night was a wild and really fun, crazy draft. Hey, Coach, for me, my biggest observation was how long it took a wide receiver to go. You didn't have a wide receiver go until like pick 19 or 20, and there were two, not one, Justin, but two running backs taken in the top 12 picks.
Insane.
And everyone's always talking about positional value, but you know what I love about that is if you're getting like a guaranteed baller even at the running back position, really high in the first round, you're almost guaranteed, like barring injury, 5 years of high end success. In Detroit, who took Gibbs, I think at pick 12. Listen, they're a team that their window's open. Their window's open. So I don't blame them at all. As opposed to many other players who, a lot of these first round picks throughout history, like even if they're not bust, they just wind up kind of like playing like third round value. Like, yeah, you can roll them out there every day, like every play, but it's nothing special.
Yep. It's insane. That is absolutely insane that wide receivers were taken that high. But also, you know what else is insane? That tonight we're going to be giving away $120 in prize money. $120 in prize money. That was for free for the guest. So Toilets to Titles did a mock draft challenge with the Draft Countdown with our buddies over there at Draft Countdown. Some of the guys that we were just mentioning earlier. I believe Deep Fried Fantasy might be the only one from that group that we didn't mention, but love those guys. We ended up with 50 entries, guys, so that's huge. And we thank Coach for really being the driving force for that and pushing that because it made it a lot of fun. Even last night, guys were talking about it in the chat. So it's really awesome that you all had something to look forward to and a little bit of extra vested interest in the draft on top of just being a fan. But because of the 50 entries, there were $20 for every 10 entries. We ended up with $100 in prize money that way. But Coach kind of dangled out a little extra treat there and had suggested about a week or so ago that if we got up to 1,100 subs before the time of the draft, he'd add in another $20. And sure enough, you guys pulled through. So of all the people that were there last night with us at the draft, we absolutely appreciate the viewers that were in the chats more than the rest of you. Any of you
Steelers Bears trade, by the way.
Oh, Steelers.
Was that from last night or? I need to get my glasses.
No, I believe it was from last night.
Was it?
Because,
okay.
Because the Steelers do still have the top pick here. So.
I got fooled by this like twice last year. they said like trade, and it was a trade from like the previous year, and that now they have like I think it was maybe the Giants, like it was like when they had whatever, long story, but it fooled not just me, a few people last year.
No, yeah, you're good. And it also depends on the site that you're looking at as well. Some of them get kind of confusing, but
no, I've got the TV on, right? I've got ESPN on, just volume down, of course.
But yeah, so real quick, so we're probably going to give away. We're going to announce the winner right around the 10th pick, give or take, depending on at what point around the 10th pick that I actually remember to do the big reveal. But For now, just know George Scherer. You didn't win, buddy, but you had one hell of a run. You got third place. George Scherer got 38 points.
Better than me.
Yeah, better than most of us. I mean, to get
Yep.
third out of 50 entries, that's pretty impressive, man. We really appreciate you playing along. So,
Yep. That's almost like getting third place in Frankenstein.
oh,
Except we're 60 teams and we're going to be up to 96 teams. Our listener fantasy football league, Frankenstein, guys, it's wild. It's a vampire league. It's growing crazy every year. We plan to go on to 96 teams this upcoming season. So
yeah,
with players from around the world. So the draft takes days. We take it easy. We take it slow. It's not a rush or anything, and it's a lot of fun. And
yes,
I did get second place 2 years ago. I
yeah.
won't brag. I'm not bragging. It's just fact. It's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
It's not. If it's true, it's not bragging.
I tell you what, man. If you can get second place in Frankenstein, though, that's impressive because that's a tough league. It really is. It's a
Yep.
challenge.
Yeah, 60 teams. You got 5 divisions in Frankensteak, and you get some money for winning the division. But of course, there is a Super Bowl where only one can win. Win the big prize. So
And I'm not just
uh,
saying that it's challenging because I don't think I've ever made the playoffs in it, but
it's challenging.
it's challenging.
But someone's got to win, man. Somebody's got to win. All right. So Steelers are on the clock. Justin, so your thoughts on the Super Bowl on the draft yesterday? And it's obviously take that wherever you want. Like I just did with like, hey, my observation was crazy that no wide receivers went to like around pick 20, and that you had 2 running backs who went in the top 12. Not a criticism, just mind blowing. Anything else like, or even any players, maybe going earlier than how about McDonald, the edge that the Jets took at like what was it,
Oh,
14 or
that
15?
was way early, man. That took everybody by
I don't
surprise.
know.
What
That
about?
it took.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead. I
No,
was gonna say it took everybody by surprise, but I actually kind of like the pick. I gotta say. Go ahead. What were you gonna
I feel
say?
like Emmanuel Forbes was a little bit early as well for
That's a
Washington.
good one. That's a good one. I like that.
I wasn't
And
expecting
yeah,
him to be.
he
I may
was the
maybe
second.
late first round, but I wasn't
Yeah,
expecting that early.
I thought he was very consistently being mocked to like the Giants at 25, and I liked Emmanuel Forbes. For I had him. I thought he was fair late first round value. But it was interesting, and I'm not going to criticize it because I do like Emmanuel Forbes more than many other people. But he was the second corner taken off the draft.
Yeah,
So
I definitely had
Witherspoon
Christian
went first.
Gonzalez ranked ahead of him though, and he went right.
What's that?
I had Christian Gonzalez ranked ahead of him, and he went right.
Me too.
Okay,
Me too.
so you had
Oh,
Gonzalez.
that's right. I'm sorry. You're right. So I'm sorry. So Forbes was the third corner off the board, right?
No,
So,
Gonzalez came after Forbes.
oh, he did. Okay, I was right. Okay, I was right.
You were
So it was Witherspoon who was, for me, he was the number one corner in this draft. I
yeah,
know most people were highest on Gonzalez, who I like, but I just like Witherspoon's, not just his covering talent, but his physicality the most. And then Gonzalez was right behind him. And for me, it was like for CB3, it was like 1A, 1B between Forbes and what's his name, Porter Jr. Like, take your pick. Like it
right.
really, I think Porter is like more NFL ready now, and he's got these super long arms. But Banks has got like his athleticism is through the roof. So I would have been happy with either. But Forbes, I thought that was. I don't know. I'm not going to criticize it because I really like Emmanuel Forbes a lot. The guy can cover. I mean, maybe he'll be a liability. He probably will be like in run defending, but first and foremost, I want a cornerback who can cover receivers very well, and he can do that. And those long, wiry guys, they're always like athletic and springy, and man, they're always, and that's what he is. He's like a long, wiry guy, and they're like always like in your face and surprising strength actually. So,
Yeah,
but it was interesting, man. What a crazy, crazy draft.
I see that the pick is in for the Steelers. I mean, my personal hope here is that it's going to be Joey Porter Jr., but I mean, at the same time, they could really use a linebacker, and Drew Sanders is still sitting there.
My hope is that every team picks garbage, so they leave the best picks for the Giants at pick 57. That's what I want.
Well, the
I want
Colts are
I
ahead,
want every other team to fail.
and there's a good chance of that. So
Oh, stop! You guys, you got the best quarterback, the highest ceiling in this draft, I should say. I loved the Richardson pick for the Colts. I really did.
Yeah, I think.
Let's see. Pick is coming.
If nothing else, they're walking up to the stage.
Joey Porter.
Is it? All
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry. I thought we were like on the same. Okay, gotcha.
No, I'm
So
not
you haven't
watching.
seen.
No, I'm not watching. I'm listening to you.
Okay. Do you want me to announce it?
Absolutely. Yeah. As soon as
Okay,
we know,
Joey.
we're going to announce it.
Oh, so I have a few seconds before you see it. I could always lie to you then.
Oh, you're good. I'm not seeing it at all. I'm going off of what you say. So yes, you could
Cool.
absolutely
Joey Porter Jr.
You can lie to me,
What?
and I'll just be typing in the wrong things here.
We are fake news. This is Toilets and Titles fake news program coming at you from Toilets and Titles headquarters, people. Joey Porter Jr. Nice, nice. Pennsylvania. He stays in Pennsylvania. I'll tell you one thing. I am a big fan of Penn State talent. You look over the past like 5 years with Saquon Barkley, Miles Sanders, Micah Parsons, Jaquan Brisker, who went to Chicago last year, had a really good year as a rookie. Jahan Dotson, who I loved last year coming out of the draft. He went, I think, earlier than expected too by Washington. They've been doing a lot over the past few years. I remember when they took on the linebacker out of Kentucky a few years ago, and he's turned into a very good coverage linebacker. John Davis, and they Washington's been taking players they really like that they like a lot earlier than most people expect them to go. But I think they zero in on players that they like a lot for the first round who they know aren't going to make it to them in the second round. I
Hey,
don't got a problem with that.
real quick, I'm going to let Nino step in right here, real quick, just to do a little bit of house cleaning
Nino.
for us right now.
This episode was brought to you by Toilets Titles. If you like this episode and you like the content you're watching, give us a like, give us a subscribe on YouTube. Check us out on the Twitter at Toilets Titles, and also on the webpage, toiletstitles.com. We have find articles, player profiles. We have player rankings from the top 100. Also, check out CFB Nation at the CFB Nation on the Twitter and on the YouTube. Hit that bell, subscribe, get those alerts. We appreciate you, and right back to the content.
And
I love that. That's the first time I've seen that. That's awesome.
And
I just want to
patreon.com/toilets and titles.
Patreon.com/toilets and titles. If you go to patreon.com/toilets and titles, you can learn how you can further support the show. And I want to say thank you so much to our current Patreon members. We appreciate you appreciating us. Thank you so very much, everybody. All right, dude. There's still so much talent left on this board. Arizona's up. There's still so much talent left on this board. Justin, you and I actually had a really good time last year. I actually came on. I actually did a segment on another Giants program called Giants Rush, who had actually invited me on to be on again day 2 this year. And I'm like, this year I can't do it, guys. I'm hosting Toilets and Titles, our own draft program. And when I was done with the program, I hopped on to Toilets and Titles, and I was just covering. I think I started like the middle of the second round, and I covered most of the third round as well. And you and I did kind of do it together because you were driving at the time, and so you were you were listening to the show, and
Oh yes, okay, yeah, I was working.
yeah, and I was giving you the updates on all the picks because you had 2 I think second round picks last year if I recall correctly.
Yeah,
You were dying to see who they were, and I think you hit on both.
Yes, I was very invested in that, but since I was driving, I had no way of telling. So like I wasn't on the show hosting; I was in the chat, but you were keeping me posted
Right.
on a regular basis.
Yeah, I had a good time because Justin was here. I think it was 2 second round picks you guys the Colts had last year. You were dying to see. You wanted some guys. They were one of them being Alec Pierce, I believe.
Yes.
And yep, and I forgot who the other one was, but maybe it was the third round I'm picking up the other pick. And you were dying for these guys to fall the, and they did.
Yeah,
I like to think I had something to do with that.
I felt last season the Colts had a huge draft. I felt like they had a wonderful
Good draft.
And I do think that those players, the majority of them panned out. They're going to continue to get better. So there is some time
I agree
there. So
I agree that the Colts did not underperform last year because of that draft class.
Yeah.
They're in good position going forward, especially with their new rock star quarterback.
Yeah. Now the Colts for this year. I mean, I know I'm going to talk about them here in a few minutes because they're going to be up, but we are down a defensive back. We lost Stephon Gilmore to the Cowboys in the free agency, so
right.
So we don't really have much on the other side of Moore right now. So I was really hoping that Joey Porter would somehow fall, but I knew it wouldn't happen. But since he's gone, I mean, we're kind of looking at maybe Cam Smith right here in a few picks. I've got
You could. That guy covers really, really well. He's also very small, but he covers very well. I would myself. Oh, so the Titans are on the clock. All right. I like Julius
so,
Brents a lot out of Kansas State.
so that means there was a trade.
Yeah, I think so.
Titans trade.
So
The Titans take the 202
maybe
from.
Will Levis.
I mean, that makes sense if they're worried about maybe the Lions taking them here or the Rams. Yeah, I mean, this definitely makes sense. I mean, the Titans were a team that he was rumored to go to, or at least a
Yeah.
quarterback.
You know who's out there? Yeah, I like Julius Brents a lot. Tyreek Stevenson. These are some second round guys who are probably going to go in the second round cornerbacks. Tyreek Stevenson out of Miami. Julius Brents out of Kansas State, who I like even more. Who I probably like the most out of the rest of the cornerbacks right now. Keely Ringo's out there.
Hey, have you seen on TV, is Will Levis there or not?
They're not showing him.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know if I couldn't remember if they bring them back for day 2 or not, but since he up and left.
We'll see who's going to draft the guy who likes to eat banana peels and put mayo in his. Will Levis. It's Will Levis.
All right. So the guy that I really wanted for the Colts is now going to be going up against my Colts twice a year. So this is phenomenal.
You made the better move. And maybe Will Levis wound up being a good quality quarterback. The ceiling on your quarterback, give him some time. I'm just hoping that the only thing I didn't know about Anthony Richardson, and I mean, I really just literally don't know anything about him personality-wise, character-wise. Like, is he a film rat? Is he a guy who's coachable? Is he a guy who's going to be seeking to really improve, like a Peyton Manning type of, type of character? And I'm not bringing up the former Colt just because he's a former Colt. I'm bringing him up because everyone knows, like, just that work ethic, and he's not the only one. Like, is he that type of in order to improve? So if he is, man, I'm assuming he is. I'm assuming the Colts did a due diligence on him. That I think it was the right move. I really do. And Will Levis, man, he's got a lot of upside. I'm happy for Will Levis. He's going. You know what? He's going to a good situation too, which could have been good for Anthony Richardson, where he's going to be learning behind a quarterback who's been successful on this team and this system for a very long time.
Yeah, and like I said before the show, I know that I have to root for Richardson now. I've got to. I mean, I'm going to. It is what it is. I made some jokes and some comments about switching over to another team, but that was all in jest.
Tennessee fan?
Definitely not Tennessee. I can't do that.
We'll take you on the Giants, buddy. I know you love Danny Dimes anyway.
I could definitely root
Danny
for the
Dimes fan club.
If I had, I would never. The only team in that division, I definitely would never root for are the Eagles. But
you make a great Giants fan. Good man.
But yeah, so but no, I'm not gonna jump ship altogether yet. So
believe in that. Listen, Joe knows.
You do. You're
Joe,
making me feel a little better.
I'm serious. Like, I'm not trying to fluff you up or anything or just make you feel better. Like, I loved that pick. I thought I would have taken him over. I would have taken him number 1 in the draft. Bryce Young's dude is Bryce Young. If Bryce Young were 6'3", it's no question this dude QB1 in this draft, hands down, no argument. The dude's 5'10" and 1/8, and he's like 203 pounds. He's like Tua, and Tua's a very good quarterback in his own right, but man, you got to worry about concussions. Like, is that going to happen to him?
So he's about my size if I were in shape.
Jeez, listen, hey. You're probably stronger than I guarantee you'll be able to take a blow better than he can, a body blow better than he can.
I could take a body blow, sure. Well, I don't know about that, man. I've got hernias, I've got bruises in places I said, nah.
Yeah, see, you've been through it. See, you're used to the pain. You got high tolerance. Not like these kids these days. Okay, so Lions are on. I love that Brian. Oh, I had to take Brian Branch. Brian Branch, I love.
How do we mute people out of the chat? I don't know.
Oh, George.
Who did you say the Lions
took? They got coach's guy, Sam Laporta.
Oh no!
Damn.
Oh no!
Oh, that's a man. Is he the? I think he's the second.
This isn't one of those times that you're
second.
right?
What's that? No. They got Sam Laporta. That's hey man, you
Wow.
when all if you're ever unsure, go for the tight end out of Iowa.
No, I guess
they've
that's fair.
they've developed like five like Pro Bowl Hall of Fame tight
Dallas
ends. I
Clark.
think Jason Witten,
Dallas
I
Clark.
think Kittles, and a few others too.
Dallas Clark.
It's Dallas Clark. So it wasn't Jason Witten, it was Dallas Clark, right? That's going back to Dallas Clark. They've developed like I
So,
forgot the other two names, but they're like four really big names. Go ahead, Justin.
all right. So here we are. We've got the Colts up now, right? So,
Mhm.
um, so I was talking to a buddy of mine earlier, and I know that Coach had some inside dish with a Cowboys insider that said that they really like Sam Laporta.
I
Um,
don't doubt it.
I was kind of expecting maybe the Cowboys to trade up to get Laporta, or maybe Laporta.
I
Maybe,
expect him to be there at 57. I didn't expect him to go the beginning of the second round.
so
Wow, what
now
a
that the
good
Colts are
move.
sitting here, and we have Anthony Richardson, and even though you're trying to make me feel better about Richardson, and maybe I am starting to a little bit, whatever, he still needs.
Trade pick. Trade Colts and Raiders have traded.
Okay. Oh, Raiders. That's not bad. Maybe we only go back 3 spots, and we still pick up a third or something.
Wow, Colts. Oh, look at all these trades. This shit's
The
oops.
Raiders are
Family show.
3 spots behind the Colts,
Oh, that's awesome. So you're probably going to get you may get a third,
because we could
but
still like. Okay,
even if
so
you get a fourth, this is a deep draft, Justin.
yeah, yeah. I'm
Oh,
all
look,
because we have a lot of holes to fill. A lot of holes to fill. So
that's right. Khalil, thank you.
okay,
Hawkinson and Fant. Those are the names I was forgetting.
we,
Hawkinson and Fant. Two recent names, right?
we did
Out of
not.
Iowa.
We did not go back 3 spots unless they just haven't updated on this screen.
Oh, Bobby Winter's asking Laporta before Mayer. You know what, Bobby? It's not. If they had taken Mayer, it would have been cool. I would have understood it. But Laporta, I think Laporta's got a little more offense in his game than Mayer. Like as a threat. Not that Mayer isn't a good offensive tight end, a good weapon. I think Laporta is a better weapon, and maybe Mayer's a little bit of a bitter. Maybe he's a better blocker. But
Okay.
that's another guy that coach wanted for his Cowboys too was Mayer. He probably likes Mayer the most. And I don't blame him.
Well, that
My
was
guy is
actually
Darnell Washington.
that's what I was trying to get at, though, was that before that trade came in, is that Anthony Richardson needs that tight end. So I was hoping that the Colts would take the Notre Dame guy and let him stay home. And now, and it turns out the trade did involve the Colts only stepping back 3 spots. So
That's cool.
we got a shot at it. We could still
Hey,
get
you
there.
got Mayer.
Uh,
Man, don't be afraid of taking my boy Darnell Washington. The dude's an
you know
absolute
what?
beast.
So you're
He's a
short.
beast.
You're short on that. Got me
Uh-huh.
interested, and I went ahead and posted it on TikTok as well.
What
And
did you think of him?
and I tell you what, dude, you've got me interested in him because you're absolutely right. Like, I mean, I didn't think about it.
Did you
During
ever see a guy the size of an offensive lineman spin around other players like that?
very athletic.
It takes two guys to take him down, and he still falls forward.
But I
I
want to
love
know
this guy.
what I want to know, Joe, is that just
Mhm.
the highlights? Is that just the good things that we're seeing? Like
There are,
you know what I mean?
there aren't you know what? There aren't any bad. If you his I forgot what the percentage is, but like his reception percentage is fine. And it's funny though. I mean, listen, he played on the same, like I said in my short. Washington played on the same team as the best tight end in college football, Brock Bowers. He had like if he had like half the targets and half the receptions and half the yards. If he had doubled up, like if they had given him the same amount of targets that they had given Brock Brock Bowers, he would have had the same amount of production, except for the touchdowns. But the dude's a red zone target. He's 6'7". He's incredibly athletic. Like, listen, he's not going to be a field stretcher like a Dalton Kincaid, but he's going to be a trusty third down option. Like you could throw the ball in traffic, he's getting it. He knows he's got soft hands. He knows how to go out, catch the ball away from his body, and then he knows how to get upfield. He's got a smooth accelerator, and he's a red zone target. I
And
love the guy.
and nobody knows soft hands like Joe knows soft hands.
That's right. And
And
speaking of, that's because I use Curel Cream. We're a sponsor now. I'm just practicing for when we have the sponsor of
you
Curel.
know what?
Michael Mayer is gone.
You write that down I'll put it on the list.
Curel.
Hey, so
It's my favorite. Michael Mayer went to the
that's what I was
Raiders.
going to say. The Rams are up, and I wonder if they're going to go tight end. I wonder if they're listening to you and going to go Washington. So okay, Michael Mayer. Michael Mayer went to the Raiders though. So
So
now,
the tight end run has begun.
yeah. So now that the Rams still need a tight end as well, I don't
Mhm.
think they'll go 3 in a row here.
No, I don't think people appreciate Darnell Washington like I do.
Right.
Um, but who else? What are the tight ends? Oh, I'll tell you. Here's someone else. Here is, and I'm not sure what round he's going to go. He might. I don't think he'll go in the second, maybe the third round. Here's a tight end name you want to know: Zach Kuntz, Kuntz, out of Old Dominion. I went when I was doing my Darnell video. I went to check out the combine results for every single tight end who participated. Like a month ago, he won every single Zach Kuntz won every single athletic score. He didn't win like bench reps and maybe like the sled, like doing that sled test where you're pushing the sled as a blocker. But every athletic test he won. He beat every single tight end in every single category. He might have gotten second in a few. Other than that, he won them all. Like vertical, broad, like the 40-yard. I think like was a 3-cone. I was blown away by how athletic. I would absolutely have, if you want a tight end, I would absolutely have Kuntz out of Old Dominion on my radar for the third round.
Okay, so here's the details on that Colts and Raiders trade. The Raiders are sending their second round pick, which is the 38. So the Colts move back the 3 spots,
Mm-hmm.
and then a 5th round pick. So the Colts
That's
got a
nice, man.
and
That's
considering
cool.
that the Colts have a lot of holes to fill, and there
It's like my
is going to
Giants.
be some solid talent in the 5th round. I mean, we can
Yes.
pick up a decent linebacker there, and another. We really need a right side to our offensive line. It's kind of falling apart. So maybe there's some good offensive linemen there. I'm kind of hoping that the Colts might think about John Michael Schmidt here coming up and move him over to the right guard spot next to Kelly.
Pick is in for the Rams. I like that. Listen, there's some good centers. And the top two are John Michael Schmitz, which is a perfect, yeah, you're right. He should be going soon, I would assume. Also, Joe Tittman out of Wisconsin, who I liked a lot. And there's also some other guys, some other centers on like the third, fourth, fifth round value who I like a lot too. There should be some decent guard value like in the fifth round. Maybe in terms of the tackles, I'm unsure. Maybe like projects like guys who could develop into being like starters in a year. But you should actually be able to get some decent quality guards like in the fourth and fifth round. But the centers, yeah, John Michael Schmitz probably will be going soon. Rams probably need offensive line help. It could be John Michael Schmitz here for them or Tittman. I mean, John Michael Schmitz has been like pretty much the consensus number one center in this draft. But recently, over the past 2 weeks, I've seen Joe Tittman out of Wisconsin. I've seen his name mentioned above John Michael Schmitz more and more. And I would still go with John Michael Schmitz, but I do like Wisconsin offensive linemen. Just like Iowa knows how to produce tight ends, Wisconsin knows how to produce offensive linemen.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the Rams here, kind of some of their needs, but I know I keep going back to them. But Cam Smith, I know they need defensive back
Yeah,
help.
he,
That offensive line, maybe Osiris Torrance.
oh yeah, there you go. That's great. That's great value. That guy
Yeah,
easily could have been late first round pick, Osiris
yeah.
Torrance.
I had him mocked late first round actually.
He's one of those like 30 other players that could have went in.
Yeah,
He's like probably 2/3 of the second round, like 2/3 of the second round. Those players probably easily could have went, in the back part of the first round.
and
So
you guys can check out Coach Shep's grades on the first round and what's left of his big board at toylistedtitles.com. And while I'm at it, while I'm giving plugs here, let's plug second place. The second place finish in our mock draft challenge went to Evan Ronan with 49 points. So he was a full 7 points ahead of third place. So congratulations to Evan Ronan. Unfortunately, that doesn't pay out, but it is extremely impressive. And our hats off to you here at Toilets and Titles.
absolutely, it's worth some bragging rights. Rich Gonzalez, our in-house Raiders fan here at Toilets and Titles, he's saying Raiders, and you know what? Congratulations on Michael Mayer.
Yeah,
We love
yeah,
that pick.
great pick. Yep.
Okay, Rams are up
And stay tuned for the first place winner.
Hmm. Oh, nice pick. Steve Abilla, guard
Okay.
slash center at a
I just
TCU.
said they needed offensive line help.
The Rams, yeah, no, same here. I would say number one. And like Bobby Winter said, Bobby chimed in. He said the Rams need everything. That's true. But man, Steve Avila, I love Steve Avila. That's a great building block for your. He's going to be on the Rams offensive line for like the next 12 years. That guy is going to be a stud. I love him. He played really well against Jalen Carter in the national championship game. And listen, Georgia blew their doors off, but it had nothing to do with Steve Avila. He didn't go up that often against Jalen Carter. It was only like a few snaps. He played fine against him. So anyone's doing that, you're worthy of being on my team. I can't believe the interior defensive line the Eagles are going to have this year. It's incredible. Steve Avila, that's a cool pick, man. I would have loved him on the Giants. I knew he was never going to make it to pick 57. I love that guy. And he's got center flexibility. I think his first 2 years at TCU, he was a center, and then it was just last year he played guard.
Man, I really liked that Colts trade initially until Michael Mayer went, and then it's like, so I think he's going to be a player. So maybe
it might be addition by subtraction because all you have to do is get Darnell Washington.
I know what I was setting you up, man.
Yeah, it's like everyone else is taking. Oh, we're going to take Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, and you wind up with the best quarterback in this draft.
Well, if that's the case, then let's trade back a few more spots and still get Darnell Washington. How about that?
Absolutely. I would love for my Giants to get him, but I know they're not going to do that. And Andrew Kempy's checking from Australia. Andrew, he's our in-house Australian resident here at Toilets to Titles. He's asking, how much better is the speed of round 2 selections? Oh, it's flying right now, Andrew. Okay, I'm sorry, Seahawks selections in. Oh, Derek Hall, defensive end out of Auburn. Okay, cool pick. Man, Seahawks second year in a row, man. So I'm impressed with their draft. Last year I'd say the Seattle last year, I thought they had the best draft class overall, except for the Jets. When you look at the Jets last year, they had the defensive rookie of the year in Sauce Gardner. They had the offensive rookie of the year in Garrett Wilson. And they had the guy who probably would have had offensive rookie of the year, Breece Hall, if he hadn't torn his ACL, because he was off to such an awesome start. So I had to give the Jets the best draft class last year, but Seattle was a close second, man.
Hey, let me
That's
ask
a good pick.
Is this too early?
Trade pick. Trade pick.
Again?
They're trading with the Falcons.
Holy crap!
Get those picks. You know what? Even if you don't use those 5th round picks, you can use them to trade up again, like in the 3rd round, man.
So then the Falcons' next pick is in 6 picks. So we're really trading down here, man. We're just gobbling up all.
You know why? Because the Colts know that teams aren't going to value Darnell Washington like the Colts and Joe Nose do. That's why I'm telling you. I wonder if Moon Vibes, where is he?
Yeah, he might be in here.
You know what we got to do? We got to put the StreamYard, we got to put the chat, the link to StreamYard over in Gilded.
There you go.
And we have to get it to Jared Gray too, so maybe he can check in with us.
Yeah, is he still hanging around down at the draft?
I
thought he was coming. I thought he was coming home last night. Actually.
Okay. Let's see. Do I put it in the vault? I'll put it in the office. Let's see everyone.
Yeah. You got that right, D. Now they just don't want any picks. Well, actually, I think they want all of the picks. They just want them. They want all the 5th and 6th round picks. Yeah, D. Now just confirmed Jared is home, so we have eyes on our eyes, and the eyes on our eyes said that our eyes are at home.
Hey, Dennis, what do you think of Laporta pick? I thought that was really cool. I thought that was such a savvy pick. I hadn't thought about it before they actually made the Laporta pick. I just didn't enter my mind.
So Drew Sanders to the Falcons, maybe?
Let me see. So the pick is in. They haven't announced it yet.
No, I'm asking. What do you think?
Oh, I really don't know. I really don't know.
Or Georgia Tech, the Keon White. He could stay home.
I like Keon White. I like that. I like that.
It's got to be about that time for him, right?
And you know what? He's definitely high second round value.
Yeah, some people had him in the early or the late first.
Totally. One of those many picks that could early second, late first. There's like 20 of them. Easy. Oh, interesting. Hey, nice pick here for Atlanta. So Atlanta made the pick. Offensive tackle out of Syracuse, Matthew Bergeron. Offensive tackle, guard, flex. Nice, nice, nice pick. A lot of people aren't familiar with his name because they're familiar with a lot of the other tackle names, especially in the first round. This is a good, solid player. This is good. Good pick. Moon Vibes should be happy. And D now says, as a homer, I love him going to my team. Talking about Laporta. I thought it was savvy, man. Dennis, you guys sniped Laporta from Dallas. Coach is not going to be happy. And Mara's gone too. I know Coach loved Laporta and Mara, and rightfully so. Mara had, especially I think, had Dallas just written all over him. He really did. Coach is going to hate Dennis now because his team took Laporta. Poor Dennis.
I got to confirm if this is true or not, but I just got an update that the Colts were Colts lost the second and third for tampering Matt Pryor.
For I'm sorry, tampering.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
And who was the player?
Matt Pryor. He's a offensive lineman. He's not even good.
Doesn't even sound like he's worth losing a second and third over.
Right.
What do we got going on? Who's hugging? We got hugs going on. I think that just might be the tackle who was just drafted. But that was a cool pick for the Falcons. He's a good player. Hey, I'll tell you what, Justin, can you hold the fort for 2 minutes? It's a commercial break, and Joe Knows needs a cigarette break. Hang on one second.
Absolutely.
I need to go find my warm beers too.
You got it. As a matter of fact, while I get ready for that, here's Nino for our update again.
This episode was brought to you by Total Titles. If you like this episode and you like the content you're watching, give us a like, give us a subscribe on YouTube. Check us out on the Twitter at Total Titles, and also on the webpage, totaltitles.com. We have find articles, player profiles. We have player rankings from the top 100. Also, check out CFB Nation at the CFB Nation on the Twitter and on the YouTube. Hit that bell, subscribe, get those alerts. We appreciate you, and right back to the content.
You know, it's amazing how he gets that right every single time. All right, so we've got the Carolina Panthers back up. I kind of see some positional needs here with at wide receiver here. They lost more to Chicago.
I like that Keon White is number one on Mel's big board, Mel Kiper's big board.
Joe, I hear you, but I gotta tell you, man, you have never looked better than you do right
now. And I'm the invisible man, huh?
All right, so evidently Joe is on location in his driveway. Yeah, so Keon White would have been nice to Atlanta, but yeah. So you say you like Keon White for Carolina as well? They do.
I like him at this point. I like Keon White for any team because you're getting really nice fair value and upside with this guy with potential. And this is like early second rounds. It's really nice value because, like you said, Justin, he's one of those many players at this point that easily could have went in the back end of the first round.
Yeah. 2022nd, sixth round pick, and in return received. Yeah, they just lost. The Colts lost a sixth round pick for Matt Pryor in that tampering deal, so not a big deal. So
that's like losing nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm okay.
They were probably like, hey, we didn't even know we had a sixth round pick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're about to get several of them if they keep trading back. So, so the pick is in for the Panthers. Let's wait and see what that pick is. I'm gonna message back here. Let's see. Again, I mean, yeah, Keon White, but Cam Smith is still there. They still need defensive back help. The tight end position. Your Darnell Washington is starting to come to my mind every time now. I think
The guy's a game wrecker, man. He's going to kill He's going to kill the defense.
And we got a whole NFC South theme going here after the Falcons took Matthew Bergeron. Carolina's pick is in, and then we have the Saints coming up after that. Let's take a look at the board here and see some of the top best available. Deion Branch is still out there. I mean, he was expected to be mid-first round, I believe. Safety out of
Brian Branch. Yeah, Brian Branch.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, Brian Branch. Deion Branch was the wide receiver, I think, for Seattle. And
did I say Deion? Did I say Deion?
Don't worry. Yeah, Justin, I have to catch myself all the time. So I always want to say Deion Branch. But I finally trained myself to say Brian Branch. But, man, I would love for Brian Branch. I would have been psyched if the Giants actually took him ahead of Deontay Banks last night. I should say I wouldn't have had a problem. I love the Banks pick. I would not have had a problem if they took Brian Branch because I love him. He's such a versatile safety. The guy he's basically safety and cornerback.
Yeah.
I love him.
Yep. And then John Michael Schmidt's still out there.
I think Joe Tittman's a second-round center, in my opinion. Then I think after that, there's a little bit of a drop-off.
Okay. The Panthers did here's their pick. They did go wide receiver out of Mississippi, Jonathan Mingo.
Oh, Giants fans are going to be upset.
Jonathan Mingo.
A lot of Giants fans wanted Jonathan Mingo. That dude has got some serious upside, man. He's a big guy who tracks the ball really, really well. He played just in a crappy offense, so his numbers won't look all that great. But he's actually a really good wide receiver.
So now we have the Saints are up to bat.
I'm looking at you on my phone right now, Justin, on YouTube. You look really good. You look great talking to that empty chair.
Yep. Yeah. Like I said, you've never looked better, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
best.
So I mean, Mingo's a bigger wide receiver too. So
yeah, he's like 6'2", like 217. Giants fans are gonna be upset. I liked him. I mean, there are other wide receivers I like too, but Mingo had that size that's hard to get.
They need some targets out there in Carolina. So
I'll tell you another big wide receiver I like a lot. Everyone talks about Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee. I actually like Cedric Tillman a little more because he's another big body. I just need a minute to look at my glasses. Cedric Tillman was his teammate, and he was actually the big wide receiver to look for in Tennessee this year until he got injured. And then Jalen Hyatt stepped up, and he's more of a burner. He's a speedster. Cedric Tillman's like Jonathan Mingo. He's another big body, great on the sideline, good at tracking the ball, good hands. I like Cedric Tillman a lot. He's another really good big body out there. What do I do with my glasses?
Let's see. Some other needs.
So the pick is in.
So this makes sense. I found a site that says that the Saints really need interior offensive linemen. So again, that brings up Cyrus Torrance for me, who I'm still kind of surprised hasn't been taken yet. You can hear Joe back there mixing another drink. Very
I'm trying to open up this bottle of scotch.
I knew it.
All my beer is warm, so it's in the basement. I forgot to put them in the freezer before this started. I'm coming. Still haven't found my glasses though.
It's all good. Hey, we have somebody else popping in right now. We have the man himself, Mr. Bobby Winters, coming back just in time for his Packers to come up for 2 of the next 4 picks after the Cardinals go here. So how are we feeling tonight?
Oh, great. Yeah, I'm really excited. A couple more picks, and Darnell Washington still available.
That's
so,
right.
That's who I'm
That's my
hoping that they go
player.
after first. So, Josh Downs is available. Even Luke Musgrave. I wouldn't be upset with Luke Musgrave. But
Yeah.
Darnell Washington, that's my number one guy right now.
He's my dude. I've been
Yeah.
talking about him to
Yeah, I
Justin.
heard you.
I've been getting him on the Darnell Washington bandwagon.
How can you watch his performance at the combine and not come away like head over heels?
People say, well, he's a sixth offensive lineman. I'm like, you show me you know what? You can be an offensive lineman catching balls and having that athleticism. I'll take you anytime. You can play on my team.
Absolutely. And that size, I mean, I know his blocking is a little raw. He kind of got away with just using his raw strength and size to block people, but like you could teach that guy how to block. He'll be an elite blocker. And actually, he kind of reminds me a
Absolutely.
lot of Mercedes Lewis, which the Packers just lost.
Yeah. Actually, that's a name. That's probably the. And I'm not really. I do like player comparisons. I just don't do them myself because I'm bad at them. But that's a name. That's probably the comparison I've heard the most is Mercedes Lewis. But I think why not? Why can you not coach this guy up to be a really good blocker? He's got on tape. He's got devastating blocks. He's just not consistent. But hey, a lot of these guys are very inconsistent in their games.
So the Saints, the pick is in. It is Isaiah Foskey, as D now put in the chat here. The edge out of the Notre Dame.
So we got edges flying off the board and tight ends so far, and one wide receiver and one cornerback. What do you think of the Mingo pick, Bobby?
Honestly, I wish he was still available for us. Yeah, I mean, you watch his highlight reel, and he kind of gives like Deebo Samuel vibes. He's super thick and like.
I know.
Yeah, it seems like he could do anything.
I was telling Justin that he's actually a really good wide receiver, tracks the ball very well, big guy. He just played in an offensive system in college that just wasn't all that great. So his numbers, if you look at them, like they're not going to blow your socks off, but you'd be deceived by that because he's a very good wide receiver. And I'm a Giants fan. Giants fans for the past week they've been clamoring for Mingo in the second round. And I had a feeling he wasn't going to be. I mean, I like a lot of wide receivers. I don't really tend to get hung up on one player, to be honest with you. But I did have my eyes on the guy. I would have been very happy with Jonathan Mingo in pick 57 for my team. I would have been. But I still got Cedric Tillman out there, who I don't think they'll take. But he's a big body I like too. But I think Kafka, Dable I think they just want more like speedy guys, like shorter, kind of like just faster, quick. I think it's just their game.
So real quick, George was asking to recap what's been picked so far. So before we see who the Cardinals take here, the first pick tonight was the Steelers. They took Joey Porter Jr. Then the Titans went with Will Levis. The Lions followed that with the tight end Sam Laporta. The Raiders, big pick, huge pick here. Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame. Steve Avila, the offensive lineman for TCU, went to Williams. Joe loves that one. The Seahawks took Derek Hall out of Auburn. And then the Falcons went Matthew Bergeron. The Panthers, Jonathan Mingo. And as you just saw, the Saints took Isaiah Foskey out of Notre Dame. And now here we are with the Cardinals at the 210. And since we're at the 10th pick, and I promised earlier, I teased it, I said that we would announce the winner of the mock draft challenge. And the winner of the mock draft challenge and the recipient of the $120 is none other than Zachary Sensabaugh.
All right, Zach.
Nice job. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Zach.
Make sure you send your Venmo information over to Coach Sheps, and he'll get that taken care of for you. So,
congratulations, Zach. That's awesome, man.
Out to you as well.
Hey, looks like Dennis is wondering Mims to the Packers. I'll tell you right now, if that happens, my fellow Giants fans are going to be crying in their drinks again because their number 2 wide receiver was Mims after Mingo. Yep, congratulations, Zach. Congrats. Hey, it's draft weekend and you win some money. That's a really good weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool beans.
And
so,
again,
Bobby.
Guys at Draft Countdown as well. Appreciate you.
Bobby, Packers fan, correct?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, how do you feel about? I like to hear fans how they feel about their team's draft. How are you feeling so far with the Packers?
Yeah, so I was on last night when they picked Lucas Van Ness, and
Mhm.
you know,
Big dude.
months ago, I knew that that was going to be the pick, but I was kind of hoping, and then my hope tried to like convince me that maybe this year they were going to change up like how they normally do their things and maybe go with an offensive weapon in the first round. But
Mhm.
I said it last night. The pick reminded me so much of 2019 when they drafted Rashawn Gary. They
Mhm.
like these big freaks of nature because they believe that if they can get these rare athletes into their building, that they can teach them how to play football and turn them into, all pros.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I mean, Rashawn Gary, he was the number one recruit coming out of high school that year.
Mhm.
He was
Big name.
triple teamed his entire time in college. He didn't have a lot of
Right.
production, but if you watch the tape, he was affecting the game all the time.
And he was Michigan. Am I right about that?
Yeah,
Rashawn Gary? Yep.
yep. He went to Michigan, and then he came into the first year in the league. He sat behind Zadarius Smith and Preston Smith, so he had time to learn and to hone his craft. And I swear, if he didn't get injured last year, he probably would have made second team All Pro. He was
Yeah.
on pace for like 18 sacks.
Oh my God. Yeah, listen, it's okay. And a lot of people, I mean, it's more of a quarterback. The Cardinal selection's in, by the way. I'm just waiting. A lot of people, I think, just like this day and age, I mean, especially with the quarterbacks, it's like, oh, you got to win Super Bowls on their rookie contract. Oh, they got BJ Ojolari. Okay, so the defensive ends are flying off the board right now. Cardinals got BJ Ojolari, Aziz Ojolari's brother, and hopefully he stays healthier than Aziz. But that would have been kind of cool to pair him up with Aziz on the Giants, but I really didn't have a defensive end on the board for me for second round. But anyway, yeah, I'm a big believer in that. Like, listen, if a player takes some time to develop, that's cool because if you really can get them to hit their ceiling, or in a year or two, and really get them to shine and reach that potential, that's cool. Some people just take longer than others, or it's just given the situation that maybe listen, they're playing behind depth
Yeah,
and that's a good thing. You get to learn without the pressure of having to like succeed at a high level your first year. So Lucas Van Ness is just lumberjack, man. He's
yeah,
huge.
yeah. I've come around from my initial reaction to it. Yeah, the guy's massive. He's fast. He's in a unique situation where normally he would be playing behind two starters, but because of Rashawn Gary's injury, it's doubtful that he's going to start the beginning of the year. So he might get thrown into action depending on how well he plays in camp
Yeah.
and in the preseason. So he may have an opportunity to show what he has right in the beginning. But if he shows that he needs more time to develop when Rashawn Gary gets back into the lineup, then he can literally do the Rashawn Gary plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I
Hey,
like it.
guys, so we have our gilded chat, right? So in our gilded chat, we have several different channels open for our gilded guest to come in and chat and ask questions anytime for anything that they want, essentially. So what I want to do, since we have a few viewers
Musgrave?
I want to throw it out there. Oh, there you go.
Oh no. Oh, he did take Musgrave. Okay. Hey, the pick one. I'm
Hey.
sorry, Justin. As you were talking,
Oh, you're
I
good.
I didn't expect that. I mean, the Packers wasted
Okay.
no time at all. Musgrave out of Oregon State? Yeah, out of Oregon State. Okay.
There
Yeah,
you go.
It's a heck of an athlete.
that's awesome. Yeah, like I said, it was either Darnell Washington or Luke Musgrave, and I would have been happy with either. But Darnell Washington would have been nicer just because of the rare athleticism and size. But I mean, the Packers need a tight end.
It depends exactly. I tell people it depends what you're looking for. Am I wrong, Bobby? Musgrave, I believe, is more of like the Kincaid mold, like kind of like a field stretcher.
For sure.
And that's not really Darnell Washington anyway. He's more of like a reliable third down, big guy in traffic, catch the ball, red zone target, but he's more of a field stretcher, Musgrave.
Yeah. And that's what the Packers really need right now, whether it's wide receiver or tight end. They just need people to catch the ball. They have two rookies from last year going into their second year and a whole bunch of undrafted free agents. So yeah, they just need some more people to catch the ball.
How do you think? Do you have any knowledge on or any feeling about Zach Kuntz out of Old Dominion? I didn't realize how well he tested at the combine. His athleticism was off the freaking charts. He basically won every athletic test for the tight ends, except for maybe like bench press and like the sled that they push. But in terms of like the athletic test, he won like every single or second. It was like he first or second in every single category. I was going to check in on Darnell to see, like, get a few, things on him. And I just saw Zach Kuntz out of Old
Y-
Dominion. And I had heard of his name, but I really didn't pay attention because I'm like, Old
Yeah,
Dominion.
I actually didn't get a chance to watch him, but there was a late draft pick I anticipate, probably maybe a 5th or 6th rounder, Will Mallory out of Miami.
Miami. Mm-hmm.
Ultra super quick athlete as well. I think he looks better than a lot of people are giving him credit for. Actually, a coworker
I hear
of
that
mine,
a lot.
yeah, a coworker of mine turned me on to him. He's a big Miami fan, and I'm watching it, and I'm looking at everybody's guesses as to where he's going to go, and it's like late round. I would love him in the 5th. I think it's a steal.
I think, you know what? This is such a talented tight end class and they're flying off the board now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Mallory goes, like, I remember last year you had 2 really good picks, tight ends in the 4th round, and my Giants took Bellinger, and then Dallas took right after that they took the guy out of Wisconsin, Ferguson, who I liked a lot. And this is a deeper class. Like, it's more talented. Like, yeah, you think, okay, it's deeper. Maybe you'll have these guys in the 5th. I think Mallory could easily go, like, in the 4th round. Like,
for sure, I wouldn't be surprised.
Like Bellinger did, and Ferguson.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree. I've heard a lot of good things about Mallory. I'm sorry, Justin.
No, you're good. D now says that Tippmann has gone to the Jets, so I'll update that in just a moment.
Oh.
What I was saying about the Gilded,
we needed him on the Giants.
If you are in the chat right now and you want in on that Gilded, just type in there these little words right here. Just type in "I want in the Gilded." So if you just type that into the chat, into the YouTube chat here, we'll make sure we make that happen after the show tonight, or maybe first thing tomorrow. But I will write it down. I'll make sure we get you in there.
I think Dennis is
Tippmann before the Colts are up.
Yep, and I think Dennis was talking about Zach Kuntz here. Didn't he have a perfect RES score? Dennis, I don't know if it was perfect, but man, I actually don't think I looked at his RES score. I was just looking at everything else, and I think he won like every category, every athletic category. Yeah, and Tippmann to the Jets. What happened to ESPN? Did they switch? Let's see.
I think they did. Saying NBA courtside. I'm gonna have to switch as well.
All right. Well, I mean, I can go ahead and talk because the Indianapolis Colts are up anyway, so I may as well talk before they trade the pick back again. So I kept saying that I would be okay with John Michael Schmitz, and he's still out there. And we're into the middle of the 2nd round now. I think this is good value for him. I'd be okay with that. Brian Branch still has not been taken, right? Like we need a defensive back, and just like Joe was saying, he's very versatile. We can move the defensive back. We also really
love Brian Branch.
We need a safety as well, so he could play either. So, and then I keep mentioning Osiris Torrance. There's a lot of 1st-round value still left in the middle of the 2nd round. So, if the Colts decide to trade back again, I hope it's no more than a couple spots, maybe 1 spot to your Packers, so we can get another 4th out of you guys.
At this point, why stop?
Yeah, right.
You got a good thing going, right?
So, what do you guys think about? And to me, this is like a 1A, 1B situation anyway. It doesn't really matter. What do you think about Tippmann going over John Michael Schmitz when he's been talked about being the number 1 center all along? I say Tippmann was my 1B, but man, I like Wisconsin offensive linemen. Any heartfelt feelings on that situation? Does it really matter? I think they're both very good.
Yeah, it depends on where you look. I know a lot of people were saying John Michael Schmitz would have been, the first one. But like you said, I feel like they were graded so closely. It's really going to come down to personal preference. It's kind of like what the Packers did 2 years ago when they were taking center. And
we've got a man that wants to talk about his Raiders.
We got a Colts fan, Packers fan, Raiders fan, and a Giants fan. All right.
I'll let go ahead and finish. I didn't mean to interrupt while you were talking. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. So in 2021, they took Josh Myers, and then the very next pick, the Chiefs took.
What's his name? Pick number 29.
Yeah, he became an
Irish
All-Pro
name?
his first year. The name is eluding me.
The name's eluding me too, but I know who you're talking
Oh,
about. The
Creed
Pro Bowl
Humphrey.
center.
Creed
That's
Humphrey.
it. It's not Mick something or other. Okay, Creed Humphrey. I think Humphrey's Irish, so I'm close.
Yeah. So, so Creed Humphrey, it was a pretty highly graded prospect that year, and for some reason the Packers went with Josh Myers instead of him. And I get it. Like Myers is a bigger prospect that, they wanted to go big on the offensive line. They have like size thresholds that they usually look for in the draft. And Creed's a little bit smaller, but I mean, from the first couple of weeks of that year, Creed was showing that the Packers made a huge mistake. So yeah, I think it just comes down to flavor.
Hey, I am cool with this. I am cool with this one.
They got first of all, who's Lindsay? Am I brain farting? Is there a player named Lindsay?
Talking about something that he thought that maybe Bobby was
okay. So did the Colts get Julius Brents? I love Julius Brents.
I hope that's what he means here. So because I'm cool with this. I got to meet the guy at the Senior Bowl. He was a very genuine dude. He seemed really awesome, very down to earth, such a nice guy. And I mean, he briefly gave that interview. So I'm all
I think he's the best corner. I think he's the best corner left on the board. I thought he had back end first round value too.
I like it. So we traded back several spots. We got a couple later picks.
Julius Brents.
And we still get Julius Brents. So we still get a decent playmaker on defense. So I like it.
So Dennis is beating ESPN to the punch. What's going on here? Frito, how you feeling, man?
Guys,
Michael Mayer.
I mean, I'm excited. I think it's the first time in a long time that we're getting value picks, if you want me to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
It's an awesome feeling right now. It's like really, I haven't been happy with the McDaniels era so far until this draft, and it's like it's fallen in the right places. Let's say that. I mean, you get the edge rusher at the 7th pick. I mean, I love that. I mean, he's gonna grow with Max Crosby and everything. He's gonna replace.
He's a monster. Dude, he's a monster.
Wait, man, the Packers traded the pick
was until he's walking on the stage.
Packers traded the pick.
I
love trade back. Oh, I'm sorry.
It looks like the Lions
love trade backs.
traded with them.
I'm sorry, Bobby. I keep cutting in. I love trade backs in the second round. You can get like a nice 4th round pick, 5th round pick. So they traded with the Lions. It's official because I see it on the ESPN screen. Yeah, Frito, you should be happy, man. Raiders are doing really well.
Yeah, and then the Mayer pick. I mean, to get him in the 2nd round after falling out of the 1st round. I mean,
that's all of these guys going right now could have easily gone in the back end of the 1st round. Easily.
Yeah, easily. And there was talks that the Raiders were doing a lot of jockeying to move back into the 1st round last night, and. When it came down to it, you sit there and look back. Well, there's tons of players that still fall to us. So why wait? And then when I heard
too much talent,
I was afraid that maybe we gave up one of our 3rd round picks, and I was really hoping not. But to only give up a 5th, I'll take that.
That's peanuts.
Yeah,
that's peanuts. That's nothing. So I forgot the Raiders moved up to get Mayer. Was that it? Okay, 5th round pick is no big deal. No big. You got a day 1 starter right there. Probably the best overall tight end, in this class, and a very talented tight end class. Best all around, polished product.
He loves the block, so he'll help in that aspect. Obviously, we picked up Hooper and can't think of the other tight end. Both of them on our 1-year deals and everything. So it's a great fit to come in. I mean, he'll step in there and play from the get-go too with them. But be ready to go for next year,
No, he's it, man. You guys, obviously Raiders traded Waller to my Giants, and this was when you're going to trade a premium. And I realize he's been injured for the past 2 years. When you're going to trade a player of his his proven talent, like this is the time to do it when you're coming into this really good tight end class. And you guys got to really. I'm glad you only gave up the 5th and you didn't trade back into the 1st round because there was so much talent. There was so much talent left over.
Well, we still got 2 more picks coming tonight in the 3rd and stuff like that.
Nice.
I package that together to move up. I hope not. I think we'll get some good picks in those 2 picks. So I'm hoping we keep that and everything. So I'm going to jump off right now. I'm going to eat. But I'm probably gonna hop on later when the Raiders make their other picks.
Cool beans. Thanks for checking in, Frito.
Appreciate you, Frito.
Take care. Frito Bendito. Dennis is saying Lions take Branch. That makes sense, and that will.
Good pick.
He was never going to make it to the Giants anyway. And he's saying the Patrons take Keon White. Damn, Dennis, where are you getting this information from?
I'm telling you, man, he's locked in.
Damn. I thought Jared was the only one. Jared Gray was the only one who had these type of connections.
Oh.
But Dennis, man, we got to let people know we're getting info before it's breaking on ESPN. Here, let me
maybe he could find out what the compensation was for the Packers trading back, because it looks like they only went back 3 spots.
They should probably still get like a 5th.
Actually, we lost our 5th in the Rodgers trade, so that was actually a good move if it was for a 5th.
Right. Yeah, I just want to send this out on Twitter. I'm going to resend the video. Just want to say, everybody.
Oh, there it is. 5th round pick.
Cool.
Number 159.
The 5th round picks they're going like crazy, huh? Everyone's trading them away.
Yep.
Or picking them up, I should say. Everybody, I'm going to say we have a friend. I'm not going to identify him as Dennis. He's going to be our secret.
So if the pick is Branch, where do you guys think that he'll play in Detroit? Do you think they'll use him more as like a star or as a traditional safety, or do you think they'll actually convert him to like a regular corner?
I think their biggest need is defensive back. Personally, I think it's the biggest need, and like Joey was saying earlier when he was talking about him, he's a very versatile player. So he has the ability to be able to move over. It's not like it's a huge jump for a talented player. Mm-hmm. So I personally think it's probably where they should take him, I'm
a huge believer. I don't know. I know they need cornerback, but I mean, I would not. I love his versatility that I wouldn't want to necessarily lock him into being a cornerback. Mm-hmm. Like he's whatever you need him to be. Do you need him to be a deep safety? It is Brian Branch. What a good pick. What a steal in the 2nd round, man.
Yeah, that was probably their best pick so far in the draft.
Yeah, the 1st round was kind of weird, but I have to give this front office kudos. Like this front office has done such a good job over the past few years. In drafting.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't go with Zach Charbonnet.
Okay.
Charbonnet,
the Lions.
Hey, 2-headed monster, huh? 2-headed monster at running back.
Hey, listen, they make it 4 at this point, really.
if this were many other teams, maybe I would have been critical of their 1st round picks, but they've earned a lot of credit, a lot of street cred in my eyes over the past few years. The way they've moved around the draft boards, who they picked. They did not waste those draft picks that they got from the Rams. I'll tell you that. They really did not.
Oh, I agree. I take it from a Packers fan. They are probably going to win the division this year. Now, I know they got hit hard with those gambling punishments, so we'll see what happens with that. But, I mean, their roster's good, and their coach is great. I'm a big fan. So, I think we're all looking up to them right now.
How about
they're scary.
How about the Eagles continuing to try to be the nasty bad guys in the league and turn everybody in for tampering like everybody has been doing for decades in the NFL? Yeah.
Oh, what's that? Elaborate on that.
Yeah. So evidently the defensive coach that was taken moved on to another team.
Arizona.
Yeah. So Arizona got busted for tampering. Evidently the Colts are now in trouble for tampering with Matt Pryor. And I guarantee you that they're gonna come after their new head coach as well. This is Nick Sirianni, guys. This is the jerk that we see on the sidelines. He is like this in his everyday life. He's going to come after everyone. He's going to make enemies in this league. He's not going to be a head coach for very long. I can tell you that.
Crazy.
These teams are not deal with
As
it.
long as his Eagles are winning, he'll be a coach for a very long time.
I don't see it
in Philadelphia.
I don't see
Pick
his
is in
win
for the Patriots, and Dennis. Dennis has said, and Dennis, you are a ninja. You're like our secret weapon right now.
That's right.
We have you deployed in the shadows, Dennis. In the shadows. I'll call you D now, so I don't give your name away.
How are we going to? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. How are we going to keep him a secret if we keep talking about him?
I know. I'll just have to call him D now. I'll stick with D now.
There we go.
So apparently the Patriots took Keon White, which D now announced like 5 minutes ago.
A long time ago.
Yeah. Like last century. Dennis, either that, maybe we have to start calling him like Nostradamus or something like that. Maybe he's really psychic.
Yeah, I don't know. We've got Chef's
Nostradamus.
Nostradamus. First time.
Nostradamus. Dennis, you're now Nostradamus. Oh my gosh. Here's another guy. Dennis is saying the Commanders are taking Illinois safety Martin. I like Martin. He's a really, really good player. People don't really talk about him because he's like a really talented Illinois safety. He gets secondary, gets lost in the shuffle. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Dennis, our in-house Detroit Lions fan, what do you think? How are you feeling about the Lions draft so far? Oh, she likes Nostradamus, huh? So we've got Nostradamus and we have Chefstradamus. They're going to compete.
That's right.
We're going to see who's the real psychic and who's just like the late night 2 a.m. on TV phony baloney psychic. We're going to put the two of you to a test.
I think they're both the real deal.
I think you're right. They're both. There can be more than one psychic. There can be only one. Great movie.
I caught it. All right. And are they not showing anything on ESPN now?
Yeah, they switched to some basketball thing.
Yeah. I went to another channel. I mean, I'm on a different service, but I went a few channels up, like 5 channels up, and I found it. I don't know if that's going to be the same for you where you are.
Well, I'm not watching it. I'm trying to watch the tickers, but the tickers aren't even updating.
Gotcha. Like I can't see if it's ESPN 3 or 4 or 20 because I don't have my glasses on.
I have it on NFL Network.
I should have just done that. Oh, Melvin's over here. Justin, Melvin says hello. He remembers you.
What up, dog?
He's over here. I gave you a bone. I wish I had more bones for you, buddy. That was my last bone. Melvin, go lie down. Go lie down. Sorry, buddy. I know you didn't get a walk today. So it was Keon White. Nostradamus is right. Keon White. Edge. I'd obviously Georgia Tech. That's right. Yeah.
And we can't really talk about the Commanders' needs or anything because we already know who they're taking. So I guess we could move on to talk about Tampa Bay here.
This is that Illinois safety he's solid, man. That's good. Who did they take in the first again? Oh yeah, Emmanuel Forbes. Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. Defensive back.
That's been the weakness of their defense for a long time, has been the secondary. And they just got a ball hawk in Emmanuel Forbes, and they just got a real good athletic and thumper safety in Martin Island. He's a really smart player. Illinois is becoming like a secondary factory.
What about Tampa Bay? What about Hendon Hooker to Tampa Bay?
I was just thinking that.
I mean, it's got to be about time for him to come off the board.
You're telling me the Kyle Trask era ends already?
What about Kyle Trask?
Begins? I was gonna say the Trask era ends already.
Trask. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm sure he's a good guy. I shouldn't say that.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna take care of Melvin. Try to find some other treat for him because otherwise what's up? But he didn't get a walk today. Didn't have time to take him for a walk, so he's all antsy. So I've
always been kind of a big believer in Baker Mayfield myself. A little too much more than I should over the years. Obviously, he's not performed quite to my expectations. But
I forgot he's on the Buccaneers, Baker.
yeah,
I'm thinking he's on the Rams. I completely forgot about Baker.
yeah.
I'll root
I
for
was
Baker.
the same way. I wanted him to work out so much.
Me too.
I was
And
such
in
a fan. Like, how
Cleveland,
could you not root for the guy?
and in Cleveland, like the team, like that needed like that type of personality, and that and it was a perfect fit. Like I still root for the guy. I do. I still root for him.
Yeah.
Those of you watching from home will find out in about 10 minutes that Cody Mock was taken by the Bucks.
Oh man, that's another good pick. The Giants could have used Cody Mock. I forgot about Cody Mock. He's good. The guy could play up and down the line. So versatile. And he's got no teeth. How can you not want a player in your team that's got no front teeth? That's a symbol of toughness. I mean, usually people will get caps today, right? But not Cody. I love it.
Did you guys ever see that picture of him when he was a freshman and when he was an upperclassman? He gained like 80 pounds and looked like he aged like 24 years. It was incredible.
Oh, too funny. That's the frat life for you.
Yep.
I'll be right back, guys.
Right on.
Oh man, Cody Mock for who got Bucks took Cody Mock, huh?
Bucks took Cody Mock. Yep.
Look at you. Look at you. Nostradamus has spoken.
So we got the Steelers and then the Packers, and there's a couple of wide receivers still there. Second round is usually where they love to cash in on those. You got Jalen Hyatt, which did meet with the Packers in a top 30 visit. Josh Downs, Rashee Rice, Marvin Mims. And honestly, with how they brought in 8 tight ends, I wouldn't be surprised if they double dip at tight end. Now, I don't know if they do both of them in the second round, but as I said, Darnell Washington's still there. So, I mean, if you could come away with both of those tight ends and then, focus on wide receiver in the third or fourth round.
Yeah.
I think there's going
to be pretty nice wide receiver value in the third round. I do. I think you're going to have guys like, selection's in. Well, we know what it is anyway because Nostradamus told us. He says the Steelers are taking Keanu Benton, defensive tackle out of Wisconsin. I'm not crazy about Wisconsin defensive. I love their offensive linemen, but I'm not a huge Benton guy. But second round, it's fair. It's cool.
I can't think what else they would possibly be looking at right now. I think maybe I don't know how you guys feel about DeJuan Jones.
I mean, it's about time, really. I mean, he's been out there for a little too long. Yeah.
So I was listening to PFF had a breakdown last night about DeJuan Jones. Apparently, he peaked in the the Senior Bowl, and he had an excellent first practice, missed the second practice, didn't practice in the third practice, also didn't weigh in at the Ohio State Pro Day. So they believe that since the Senior Bowl, he's been kind of like rubbing the process the wrong way. So I haven't even heard much good stuff about him since the Senior Bowl. He could be a contender to potentially tumble, but I mean, he's huge. He's got talent. I think I would love it if the Packers took him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good value. So maybe all of that helps gain a pretty good value there.
Yeah.
Has D now announced who the Steelers are taking yet?
Keanu Benton.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yep.
Very good. Okay.
Packers take Jaden Reed.
Well, what do you think? That doesn't sound receiver.
Good. I did not watch him.
I kind of thought that Jaden Reed was going to come maybe third, maybe fourth round even, but I wasn't expecting
6.74 RAS. What?
Yeah.
I didn't watch him.
I evidently the Packers must have either watched him a lot or they didn't either.
Yeah, seriously. I'm surprised because the Packers usually go for such high RAS receivers. I think all of their draft picks in the last 3-4 years have had an RAS of 8.9 or higher. So for a 5'10", 187 wide receiver, I'm a little flabbergasted, but I guess I need to give the guy a watch and see what the Packers saw in him.
And to be fair, when have you never not been flabbergasted by a Packers pick?
Actually, I can tell you. When they took Eric Stokes, I was like, yes, I get that. I understand this. But everything else, it's like, what?
Wow. Okay. All right. So then we have the Miami Dolphins up. Miami. So we've got George is in the chat. I don't see him down in the green room, but I'm guessing he's got an opinion. I know he's on his way to Jacksonville. I didn't expect him to hop in, but oh shoot, I should have known better. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? Just arriving in Jacksonville. I had to stop at Walmart. We forgot to bring our dog food for our dog, so my wife's inside, so I figured I'd join the stream.
Right, just in time for the Dolphins.
Oh, are we really on the clock?
Yeah. So, I mean, according to DNow, I mean, this is way ahead of anything that's being shown on national and worldwide television. But yeah, according to DNow, the Packers have already taken Jaden Reed, and then according to DNow, just after that, he says, George, Miami sucks.
Well, I get he's a little bit jealous. You know, we got Bradley Chubb in the first round, and that was at pick 21 or 29 rather. Excuse me. We traded that 29 pick for Bradley Chubb this year, and then we traded the vaunted duo of Hunter Henry and Devontae Adams for Jalen Ramsey. So I can see why he thinks we suck.
Well, so Los Locks here says that he's hoping for Osiris Torrance to Miami, kind of keep him there in Florida. What do you think?
Honestly, I don't mind that. Personally, I actually want the guy that you guys were just talking about, DeJuan Jones. We desperately need a right tackle. He plays right tackle. He's a monster of a man, 6'8", 375 pounds. We need somebody big to block onto his blind side. So I get there's a lot of questions around him. The one day, as you guys mentioned at the Senior Bowl, he was an absolute monster. He was just throwing guys around like they were nothing. So I would love to see us go with him or take Joe's guy at tight end, Darnell Washington. Basically put another lineman out there at tight end to help block, and he does have pretty good hands.
Don't you dare.
Yeah, speaking of Joe, he's back from the crapper.
Listen, all you got to do is mention Darnell Washington and Joe appears. It's
Don't you dare.
Yeah,
Don't you dare.
if we're not on the live and I just say it, will he just appear in my dining room?
You should try it. You should see all the places I've gotten Joe to appear just by saying Darnell Washington.
Don't you dare say it 3 times while looking in a mirror. I'll tell you that.
So Los Locks is saying Osiris has time at guard and tackle. I forgot that he had time at tackle. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he's got time at both positions. I'd like the pick by Tampa, Cody Mock. That's another guy I wouldn't mind for.
Me too.
For the Dolphins.
Me too. I loved him too. So
I
think that guy played every position on the line in college.
And he's got to be tough. He's got no teeth. He's a ginger, so he's a scrapper, right? So, I mean, what more could you ask for?
Yep, that's the second time we've talked about the man's teeth. I'm starting to feel bad, guys.
The Bucks don't feel bad. They're saving a little bit of money on their dental policy.
I feel like I keep hitting this button. There we go. All right. All right. So the Packers we know are in. I don't see that DNow has posted anything about the Dolphins just yet.
By the way, just to clarify, I was not making fun of his teeth. I was actually admiring that he has it the way it's. I want my offensive lineman to be like that. I love that. That's character.
Yeah.
So was Jaden Reed.
That's better than a hockey player with no teeth, because that's to be expected.
So I could tell you who the Dolphins took if you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of surprising. It was a position that I don't think we really needed. But they took
Hendon Hooker?
No, they took Cam Smith, cornerback from South Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Hey, he's the guy I kept mentioning earlier. I mean, I kind of thought that he would go a little bit earlier, and I know Joe said he's undersized, but he is a great cover corner. So
Yep.
Yes, he is.
maybe
really
he makes a nice outside option when you move a bigger guy to the nickel dime package or something.
Yeah, which with Vic Fangio, we'll have a ton of DBs on the field at all times.
Right.
So I don't mind the pick at all.
Trying to get, where is my? So Dennis, I just want you to know, actually, a few minutes before the Packers pick was announced, I did tweet it out. I didn't use her name. I'm keeping it anonymous as our secret source, but I'm advertising that we have an inside source. I'm starting to put these picks out there minutes before they are announced.
So Joe's spoiling all the picks for everybody watching at home.
I mean, not really. He's giving them advice. He's giving them the names ahead of time. He's helping them.
They want this. It's like insider information.
Yeah.
No, what they want is to talk about the players after they've picked.
So
not before. They're watching the TV. They're watching us. They want the announcement of they got picked, and Joe's just over here playing spoiler.
Nah, see, if you get the opportunity to see
Cam
a
Smith.
premiere of a movie the day before it actually premieres, and you go watch it, then that's not a spoiler for you because you just got to see it early.
I love spoilers.
Hey, listen.
Oh, Charbonnet. Who got Charbonnet, Dennis? Who's up next, guys?
Would that be Seattle? Did Charbonnet go to Seattle?
Maybe there was a trade? No, well, that would have been announced already.
Yeah, no, this was already Seattle's pick. I was ready to type it in, so that's got to be who he's talking about, unless we missed who. Unless this is like 6 picks from now, and we just don't know yet.
Is anybody else surprised by the Cam Smith pick by the Dolphins? I thought, their cornerback room was one of the best in the league. I guess maybe it's for the future, but I don't know.
As a Dolphins fan, I am kind of surprised.
By the way, Dennis said disregard. My bad. In terms of Charbonnet.
Got it.
I almost tweeted out fake news.
that was a position of strength, I thought, for the Dolphins with Xavier, Jalen Ramsey, and we're getting Kader Kohu back. We're getting back from IR. So I'm kind of surprised we actually did take.
Oh, Seahawks are taking Charbonnet? Sorry, man. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it is a position of strength for the Dolphins. The only thing I can imagine is they got him to groom behind Ramsey and Xavier Howard. I know Howard's contract is coming up soon, so maybe it's a pick for the future as well. I don't know.
There's nothing wrong. Same thing with like defensive end, edge rusher. There's nothing wrong with taking that depth in the secondary because there's always injuries, and
That's
people, salaries, like you really, it's hard to keep like more than, 2 quality corners on the same team because of the contracts. So Charbonnet did go.
And cornerback a position last year, we lost our number 2, number 3, and number 4 cornerback last year. And we lost 2 of those cornerbacks before the first game. So, I mean, strengthening your position of strength, and it's a premium position on the field, that cornerback. So
you can't have enough.
I'm good.
And you know what? And you can use, obviously, Jalen Ramsey everywhere, so you'll find ways. Cam Smith, like, he is shorter, so I would have taken him in the first round, but second round is totally cool value for that guy because he can cover. He can really cover. He's a polished cornerback.
And we got Aaron Rodgers. We got Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen, and I'm not sure who the Patriots are rolling out there at the quarterback. But having those two quarterbacks in your division, like having another cover corner, is not going to be a bad thing.
For sure.
Not at all, man.
Actually, I was just thinking, like when Ramsey was on the Rams, especially when they go against the Packers would love to take Devontae Adams and move him into the slot to try to, let him wiggle and get open. So what the Rams would do is they would just have him shadow him no matter where he went, outside, inside. So, you could use Ramsey in a similar way and keep Cam on the outside. Now you got, 2 corners that you could rely on, and then just let Ramsey follow the number 1 and prosper.
Yep. So Bears are on the clock.
Ramsey could cover the 1, or Xavier Howard can cover the 1. Like I honestly feel, as long as Xavier Howard is healthy and he's not dealing with a knee issue again, I still feel he's capable of covering the best player on the opposing team.
Yeah, he's elite.
And they've got, that's right, I keep forgetting, they have Vic Fangio as the defensive coordinator. I mean, that's one of the greatest defensive minds of his generation.
For sure.
Wow. So, impressive, man.
I'm gonna jump off the stream. My wife just texted me and told me she's coming out the store. So I'm glad I got to jump on while the picking. That was just pure coincidence. I didn't pull over and plan to be in the Walmart parking lot while the Dolphins were picking. That worked out.
The NFL gods wanted it that way.
Hey, be safe,
George. So, enjoy the night, man.
Keep up. I'll be listening and commenting in the comments.
Love it. Thanks, man. Take care, George.
Hey, so just real quick, since we were on the topic of Zach Charbonnet, don't forget that the UCLA's new running back is Mr. Indiana's own Carson Steele from Ball State University. So he's going to be filling in nicely out there for UCLA. And from what we've been told, he is expected to handle the load out there at the running back position. So
nice.
For those of you that play college fantasy football, he's going to be a guy that's relatively unknown. That's gonna make some noise.
Cool beans. So transfer from Ball State.
Carson Steele too. So like he's got a football name, right?
Does it end with an E or does it end with an E or does it end with an L? They're both cool.
E, so it's got three E's.
Nice. Oh, speaking of Steele, actually Andrew Steele, who was had joined me for a few episodes of my Giants program, New York Giants Corner, Wednesday nights 8 p.m. He had joined me for actually no, he was joining me. I'm sorry, was it might have been another show he was on with me for a few episodes, but I'm going to join Andrew Steele on a show of his tomorrow for like 45 minutes from like 1:15 to 2 o'clock. Like in the middle of the third day, just to just talk draft a little bit. So looking forward to that. So Andrew Steele, if you're in the program at all, listening, just letting people know because I'm really looking forward to speaking with you.
Man, Drew Sanders is still out there. This is starting to become a travesty here. How is this man not taken off the board?
Yeah. I'm not crazy about those linebackers, except for Jack Campbell. Like, listen, second round I think is cool value for both Trenton Simpson and Drew Sanders, but I don't know. I didn't really pay too much attention to those two guys. I got to be honest with you.
All right, guys, I'm going to dip out for a little bit. I'll, if it's all right with you guys, I'll come back a couple picks before the Packers pick again.
Absolutely. Bobby, thanks for swinging by, man.
I'll be gone by then. I'll be gone by then. I'm only here for the second round. So thanks for joining us, man. You have a good night, buddy.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Yes, Take care, Bobby. All right. So let me tweet this out. So now Stradamus saying Bears take Gervon Dexter. I'm glad he's off the board for the Giants. Nothing against Dexter, but I just don't feel like going defensive tackle.
That's fair.
Not in the second round, man. I'm just not crazy about the D tackles in this particular draft, to be honest with you. Same thing with the linebackers.
And there's other pressing needs for the Giants too.
All over the place. We need a center. John Michael Schmitz is still out there. We need wide receivers. We could use another linebacker. Listen, if the Giants actually went Drew Sanders or Simpson, I'd have no problem with it because I do think middle of second round is cool value for them.
Yeah.
I saw them constantly mocked at like back end of the first round. I'm like, I just don't see it. That's just me.
Yeah. You guys definitely need a linebacker anyway. So.
Yeah, I mean we got Okereke, and I love that, but it can't just be one guy at linebacker. And he's the one. Injuries happen. Oh, Detroit trades with KC. Wow.
Okay. All right. So they're trading back. So KC's trading up 8 spots, it looks like. All right.
I'm going to get these tweets ready. I'm going to just send out a new tweet whenever Nostradamus has given us the predictions.
Yeah, for sure. Has he? Oh, shoot.
Even on ESPN, they're not even announcing the trade yet. I just put it out on Twitter. Oh, Chargers take Edge out of what's his name? I don't know.
Tuli
Edge out of
Tupuosi.
USC.
Tuli
Do me a favor.
Tupuosi.
Can you spell his name for me?
TULI
Mm-hmm.
TUIPULOTU.
And who took him? The Chiefs?
That would be the Chargers.
Oh, Chargers. Oh.
So now Detroit is up after making this move. So they moved up the Chiefs are up because they moved up 8 spots with the Lions here. So there's got to be somebody out there that they thought was going to be coming off the board. The teams that they jumped ahead of are the Eagles, the Bears, the Bengals, Bills, Cowboys, Giants.
There's still a lot of good wide receivers out there. Wow.
Yeah, but I'm thinking there's going to be an offensive lineman because almost every one of those teams need an offensive lineman. But I don't know, man. I don't know. The Chiefs kind of built up their offensive line last season, so maybe.
Yeah, they had one of the best offensive lines last year.
I'm probably misreading that. It's probably not based off.
Every team. Listen, man. Here's the thing about the offensive line: you always have to run out every offensive play. You always have to run out 5 offensive linemen. You could always use depth because you can't keep these players all. You can't keep all of them. They get injured.
What about a safety or defensive back? Is there a big one out there you think they might want to go after here?
Tyreek Stevenson, Miami, really good.
Maybe, but
good, great athlete, plays with attitude.
I'm just trying to see why they wanted to jump up 8 spots right here. Like, there's a guy they want, and they're afraid somebody's going to get him.
Is that who was it? The Chiefs you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. I have to get another tweet ready for Dennis's prediction.
It's not going to be. I don't think it would be a running.
Chiefs take Rashee Rice.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know what? I'm actually not all that high on him. But if Andy Reid likes him, then I should go with it. There are other wide receivers I like a lot more than Rashee Rice. I really have like 3rd round grade on the dude. He's out of SMU. Man, Cedric Tillman's still out there. Jalen Hyatt's still out there. And the thing about Jaden Reed, I forgot to say this when Bobby was still on the show. Jaden Reed is a very highly regarded wide receiver. That RAS score, I think something's wrong with that RAS score. The guy is a good athlete. This guy, he doesn't drop any. Like, he's a really polished wide receiver, Jaden Reed. I would, if the Giants took him in at pick 57, I would have been cool with it. He's a good wide receiver. I don't understand that. I think what we see online, I think there's some bad, incorrect RAS scores out there. And I'm just guessing if that's what he saw. Man, these picks are flying, huh? That's great.
Yeah, they're going a lot faster in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
3rd round will be much the same as the 2nd, and then obviously we know tomorrow they'll be coming off right and left. People won't be able to keep up with it.
Funny for quarterbacks, Mel Kiper's got on the 2 best quarterbacks available right now. Hendon Hooker, obviously, and there's another name out there that people should be aware of, and this is a guy whose cognitive score was just behind Bryce Young, and that's Jake Haener. And I think he's out of Wyoming State, possibly. He's out of one of the mountain colleges. I think Wyoming State. I think, and he's actually someone that Ephraim, Mr. Irrelevant, was really high on, and Mel Kiper has him on the big board as the 2nd best available quarterback. Haener could be really, really interesting, I'll tell you. I think I'd take Haener over Hooker, to be honest, at this point. He's Fresno. Dennis is saying Fresno. Thanks for clarifying, man. Somewhere out west. Rockies and further west. Rockies and beyond. I was in the same continent.
That's close enough for non-geography majors.
Yeah. Oh, hey, it's commercial break. Give me a second. I'm actually gonna find my glasses this time. Hang on one second.
No problem. All right, so we've got Jacksonville coming up here pretty soon after they finally announced the Kansas City pick, Rashee Rice. We're gonna have Jacksonville up. They definitely need offensive line. If they definitely need offensive line, they definitely need to take Osiris Torrance. I'm tired of seeing him on this list. He played in Florida. They can still keep him home. He can play there, and of course they traded away their pick, and now the Chicago Bears are on the clock. Maybe D-Now already announced that. I should probably just
Bears trade for pick. Okay.
He did. He probably posted that as I was talking about it. So
just right now.
Again, though, I mean, they still need an offensive line, and they jumped up over several teams that need an offensive line.
Who did the Bears trade with?
The Jaguars.
So they traded up. The Bears traded up?
Yeah, it looks like 5 picks.
So Jaguars are accumulating those picks because they traded back one spot with the Giants and they got an extra 5th and a 7th. They're accumulating those picks, huh? I think Jacksonville's going to rule the 5th round.
Anybody in the chat, if you see anything on here, you see any players you want to talk about, or you see any picks coming up that you're interested in, type it in. Let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm going to put the boom. If anyone would like to join the show. So.
Anybody have any since we're not really able to catch a lot of this since we're working here, if anybody sees any details of any players being moved too, I'd love to know that. In all these trades, there's been a lot of trades, and I haven't been able to see a lot of the details. So I'd like to see some of the players, and we can post it up here for people to see too.
Yep. Yeah. So Mel Kiper's got Tyreek Stevenson as his top cornerback left on the board.
By the way, you keep saying it. It is just Tyreek. That last E is silent.
Oh, silent. Okay.
Yeah, Tyreek. We found that out in the Senior Bowl. I did the same thing.
Tyreek Stevenson told you that himself?
No, I told Moon that his name was Tyreek, and he looked at me like I was crazy, and he said it was Tyreek.
Like, Moon Vibe said, "How dare you?"
I believe it was Moon. It might have been Nino though, but one of them definitely called me out on it. I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Bears take Tyreek. Take Tyreek. Ooh. I'm going to tweet that out.
And
that's a good pick, man. I like him a lot.
Adetomiwa Adebawari. How do you say that? Adebawari.
Oh, hang on, let me get
that's who the Chiefs took. Just for the 224. I think we might have missed talking about that one.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
No, the Chiefs took Rashee Rice. They took Rashee Rice.
That's right. Yeah, I already have that one down. Yes.
Well, I've just tweeted out that the Bears are taking Stevenson. So, again, I'm ahead of the game. They're still talking about. I guess they're still waiting for the Bears pick. Still talking about Rashee Rice. He had a nice season. Don't get me wrong. And look, they're saying he had over 1,300 receiving yards. I don't know. There's just he's a good player. Don't get me wrong.
You're almost up here, man.
Who, the Giants? We're getting that close, huh?
Yeah, they're up. If the Bears took Tyreek, then your Giants are up right now.
Cool Baines. Where's my?
You don't really want Josh Downs here, do you?
I would have loved Josh Downs if we didn't take Wan'Dale Robinson last year.
Gotcha.
He's that dude catches everything. Josh Downs, like it's surprising, like he catches everything. I love him, but I can't take another guy who's super short like Wan'Dale Robinson. I didn't like to this day. I still don't like the Robinson pick, and it's not, it's a shame that I get injured. I'm not. It's not like I expected him to tear his ACL, but I assumed he was just gonna wind up getting blasted over the middle anyway. And also he's just really really short arms and not for the second round. Josh Downs, I think, is more. I think he's actually a better slot receiver than Wan'Dale Robinson.
All right. Do you want the spoiler?
Giants take Schmitz. All right.
Nice.
Let me take that out.
Hey, that was one of the guys I really wanted
By the way,
to have.
Dennis, I love spoilers.
So last year, the Colts kept drafting players that you said that you wanted for the Giants, and now it looks like this year it's kind of flopped around. Giants are drafting some guys that I kind of liked for the Colts.
That's cool. We needed a center so badly. And the funny thing is, I probably did want Tittman a little more, but John Michael Schmitz in the second round is totally cool. And you know what? This is a deep wide receiver class. I was never crazy about it being top heavy, and I think I was proven out right because the wide receivers didn't start going until pick 20 in the first round. But it's a deep wide receiver class, and there's going to be a lot of really good wide receivers that go between our second round pick and our third round pick, who I like a lot. But I think there are going to be, if they want to go wide receiver, I think there are going to still be some good ones in the third round if they want to go wide receiver. Oh, Lawrence Tynes. All right, Lawrence. Two-time Super Bowl champion kicker. Lawrence Tynes. I love him.
Is that who's placing
making the announcement?
Placing the
the pick. Yep, he's announcing.
It's been 2 long nights in a row, my man.
I hear you, man. John Michael Schmitz. Oh my God. So we got a corner, a safety. It's 2 things we need. If we get a wide receiver that I like, if we get that in the third round, we've hit the trifecta for what we've got needs all over the place, but those were the keys: center, corner, and wide receiver. If we can do wide receiver, heck, I'll be honest with you. For the Giants, if they want to double, if there's a good corner or a good safety in the third, I'd be cool with that too, and then maybe go wide receiver in the fourth. I wouldn't be surprised either if the Giants trade up again, try to move back up into the second round to get a wide receiver at this point. Because apparently I read that the front office wanted to be aggressive. And I don't count, just moving up one spot in the first round necessarily aggressive. And I'm not crazy about being aggressive in the NFL draft when your team that's got a lot of holes.
Hey, this is cool, interesting.
What's
Shoemaker.
Dallas Taker. Ooh, that's a good pick, man. That's a good pick. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Tweet that out.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Coach is going to be happy. He was one of Coach's sleepers. Man, I love how quick these picks are flying.
So you have Coach Dayball's cell phone number, don't you? You should just call him up and tell him who he needs to take next.
He's offered for me to call some of the players to let them know that they've been drafted. I said, Coach, you had a great season last year. You earned it. It's all you, Coach. It's on you, Dabes.
That's really nice of you, man.
Yeah, it's the type of guy I am.
You're a good guy.
Oh, I wonder who's making this pick. I think it's like a Dallas Cowboy from the 70s. I didn't see the name, but I think it is. Maybe Haynes? That's cool. Coach is gonna be so psyched. They got the tight end. Dallas is definitely about the tight ends. Yeah, I don't know much. He's actually one player I don't know too much about, but he's a name that always comes up over the past few weeks. Is keep your eye on this guy. He's sneaky. He's sneaky good. Out of Michigan. Oh man, he's tall. They list him as size like 6'5 1/4. He looks a lot taller than that.
I mean, he's still your guy Washington's still out there though.
Yeah. Listen,
I'm
he'll have to be
taken there over Washington.
It depends what you're looking for. Again, like he's probably Listen, I think Darnell is probably perceived a certain way. I just think maybe he's perceived as not being as athletic as a guy like Schoonmaker. I was just watching Schoonmaker for the first time. I'd never seen him play. I didn't scout him at all. Dude's nice, like athletic looking player. But whatever, Darnell. Hey, listen, whoever gets him, they're gonna get a steal. They're gonna get a steal, in my opinion.
Well, Buffalo took a tight end last night. Maybe they'll take another one.
Washington. Oh, he says Washington has medical concerns. I did not know that. I did not know that. That's why he didn't go number 1 overall. It explains it all.
There you go. You were looking for a reason. So does this mean that he needs to be drafted by the Broncos so he can have the medical marijuana to help? Is that what he?
During the game, you're gonna see him with the big. You're gonna see him with the Laramie Tunsil mask on the sidelines.
Yeah, no more pain shots. He just needs a dispensary at the stadium.
Yeah, exactly. Man, there's some really good wide receivers on the board. My gosh, Mel's got as his number 7 wide receiver still left, Cedric Tillman. Dude, Cedric Tillman at this point, and he's the number 7 wide receiver on his board. Cedric Tillman at this point in the second round, in my opinion, is really fair value. And if he actually falls to the 3rd round, that is a steal. He's like the last, probably really, really good, one of the last really good big bodies out there, Cedric Tillman.
So we've got the Bills, the Bengals, the Jags, the Eagles, and the Lions to close out the second round here. But real quick, I can run through the list real quick. First, or in the second round, first pick. I'm not going to call out which pick. I'm just going to start calling out the names. But the Steelers took Joey Porter. The Titans took Will Levis. The Lions took Sam Laporta. That started a little tight end run here. We had Michael Mayer to the Raiders, Steve Vila to the Rams, Derek Hall went to the Seahawks, Matthew Bergeron to the Falcons. The Panthers took Jonathan Mingo. The Saints took Isaiah Foskey. B.J. Ojolari went to the Cardinals. The Packers took Luke Musgrave. Joe Tippmann to the Jets. The Colts took Julius Brents. Brian Branch went to the Lions. Keon White to the Patriots. Jartavius Martin to the Commanders. The Buccaneers took Cody Mock. The Steelers, Keanu Brent. The Packers, again, were up and took Jaden Reed. Cam Smith went to the Dolphins. The Seahawks took Zach Charbonnet. Govern Dexter went to the Bears. The Chargers took Tuipulotu.
From USC.
Yeah.
Well, just call him the edge from USC.
There you go. They took Tutu. Rashee Rice to the Chiefs. The Bears took Tyreek Stevenson. John Michael Schmidt went to the Giants, your Giants. Luke Schoonmaker went to the Cowboys, and now we're waiting on the Bills pick as I look to see if D now has posted it. Nope.
He hasn't. We've lost our psychic.
Yeah, it's toilets and tiles. He probably had to go poop real quick. He'll be back.
That's all cool. I need my smoke breaks. He needs his poop breaks.
Yep, there you go.
Quick, Dennis! Quick, get off the can. We need your prophecies. There's so many. This is such a good second round. The talent is just the depth in this class is so darn good. You still have Hendon Hooker out there.
Yep.
He's like 36 years old.
Come on now. Poor guy.
He's catching up to me. I'm telling you, Justin.
He probably still has better knees than I do, and he just a total rehab.
But you have the better beard. By the way, that beard is killer, man. That is a killer beard. I love it. It's totally very Viking looking. It's really cool.
I'm still working on the total Viking look. So
hey, man, you still have hair. God bless you, man. I love it. Someone's been watching Last Kingdom on Netflix. I love it. One of my favorite programs.
No Vikings.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about the
The
original
one from the
Vikings
History
program.
Channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one that's
actually,
pretty factually, pretty factual or pretty historically accurate.
Right, especially the names, definitely.
Yeah. Not so
And
much.
I caught the first season, and that was really cool. And I liked it. I just kind of like lost track. I just moved on to other stuff. Oh, Cyrus Torrance, Bills, nice. What a
Okay.
steal!
All right, yeah, that's great value. Like
That
I said,
is.
I had him late first round.
Yeah. Oh, he easily.
That could
Justin
also
easily
speak to my inability to.
Most of these players so far easily, not all of them, but easily, most of them could have went since like pick 22.
Yeah.
If he needed a really good guard, Osiris Torrance is probably the best pure guard in the draft. Like he could have went anywhere in the back 20s. Giants could have taken him, and I wouldn't have blinked an eye.
Yeah, like I said, I was really hoping that the Colts would take him as well, or Schmidt for that offensive line support. But there's still, like you said, you keep saying it. There's still a lot of good offensive linemen out there, and I mean,
There are, man.
I want to check out the third round and see if the Colts have
What do the Colts need? Center, guard, tackle?
We need a right guard and a right tackle pretty bad. I know we just got Matt Pryor recently.
Bengals take DJ Turner. Good cornerback. I'm going to tweet it out. You know, I got to look at the available offensive line list again. My notifications. So, who took the Oh, they just announced it. All right. That's DJ Turner, MSU, cornerback. Really, really good player, man.
The interior offensive linemen that are still available, you got Nick Saldiveri, you got Chandler Zavala.
Oh, Zavala, good one.
Anthony Bradford, Andrew Voorhees.
I
mean,
excellent.
Get a guy like with the name of Voorhees on your offensive line, you can't pass
He should show up to camp with a mask on, with the hockey mask on.
Offensive tackle still out there. You got Blake Freeland, DeJuan Jones. DeJuan Jones, still out there.
Blake Freeland. Oh yeah, Duncan's he's going to be a bit of a project out of Maryland. Blake Freeland, I think, is the tackle who tested like an absolute freak in terms of his athleticism. But there were some guards. Who were the guards again that you mentioned? Exactly, Dennis Voorhees. Voorhees would have been possibly a second, definitely a third round solid value, but he had a knee injury. I think he may be dropping to like the fourth or fifth. He's got the knee injury. If I'm a team, maybe like even the Giants that needs more help on the offensive line, I'd spend a fourth round pick on. I would swing for the fences on that dude because he's probably second or third round pick, no later than the third round if he didn't have the knee injury. Voorhees out of USC.
So really some of the others that you were asking about, Zavala.
Zavala's good. There's another guy, Emil Ekiyor, out of interior offensive lineman, nasty out of Alabama or Georgia. I think it's Alabama.
This board on CBS has that guy down the list pretty far for some reason.
They don't know what they're talking about. Emil Ekiyor. I don't think he's a second round pick, but I'm saying I think Ekiyor would be like a good fourth round value. I think that guy in many instances could step in and start day one. Ekiyor.
I think this just means that you should be getting paid by CBS right now.
No, I think we need to build our subscribers and take over CBS. That's what we're gonna do.
What about Anthony Bradford? What about that one?
You know what? It's a name I have to admit I'm not familiar with. Okay. I bet CBS isn't either. They just put his name up there for fun.
Just because he's from LSU.
Probably. But yeah, that's right about Voorhees. But Voorhees would be, I'd say, ideally a third round pick if he didn't have the knee injury. But if someone gets him in the fourth or fifth because he drops because of that knee injury, when he's healthy, you could probably plug and play like at guard. He's really good. That's right. So best available Obaware out of Northwestern. He's going to be interesting. He's a flexible player. You could put him on the outside. You could put him on the inside. I think he's probably best for a 4-3 defense. But I don't know. Maybe he could play on the Giants. Maybe. How many more picks in the set? Jaguars pick is in. It's just not up yet. And Nostradamus has not spoken yet. So it's not official until Nostradamus has announced it.
So you were asking how many more picks are left?
What do we got?
With the
Jacksonville.
With the Jaguars pick in, there's still the Eagles and then the Lions.
Okay. That's it? Because there should be – oh, that's right. There was Dolphins didn't have the first round pick.
Yeah,
okay.
The Dolphins screwed up the entire draft.
Yep. That's why I'm confused. I'm like, wait a second. Should be up to 64, you know. 32 rounds per pick.
Trade for the first round.
Yeah. Interesting. Dennis, he says he's putting his kids to bed. Dennis, thanks so much for being in the chat, man. It's been a lot of fun, and thank you for the heads up information. I was trying to tweet out as much as as much as I could on your the picks that you were informing us about. So I was trying to let my subscribers on Twitter know the picks before they were announced on ESPN. I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, thanks, Dennis.
And thank you for all you do, Dennis. You're awesome. Appreciate you.
The best, man. Our college crew over at CFB Nation, including Dennis, is phenomenal, man. What they did this offseason, KT and Moon Vibes, and obviously Nino,
Silent Mike.
Silent Mike and Jared and Dennis, like their work is just phenomenal. Really is, man. It's so impressive. It's so cool to be part of all this.
Yeah, we've got an amazing team here.
We do. We do, Justin. We do. Pick is in. Jaguars. After they traded down like 20 times, I think. Yep. Right?
Do the Eagles go running back after this? What's left?
Charbonnet. Oh, there's good running backs out there, Justin.
Charbonnet's gone. Charbonnet's gone.
Who took him? Oh, that's right. Seattle.
Yeah.
You know what? There's someone I like even more. My fourth running back in this draft is Israel Abanikanda out of what's that?
I thought you were going to say Rashawn Johnson.
He's my number 5.
Gotcha.
He's my number 5. But I love Israel Abanikanda. All right, Jaguars took Brenton Strange, tight end out of Penn State. But yet, for me, the number 4 RB was Israel Abanikanda out of Pitt, and then my number 5 is Roschon Johnson out of Oklahoma.
Yeah, I can't wait to see where Tajay Spears lands. Tajay's been on the show a few times, or on the network a few times.
Yeah. Tajay Spears.
We want to see him land in a good spot where he's going to get real opportunity.
I'll tell you, the linebacker from Tulane that we also had on too, that CFB Nation interviewed early on in this process. What's his name? I'm brain farting. I wouldn't mind the Giants taking him in the 5th round. He's a good sideline to sideline. He's a little light, but I mean, all the linebackers are like that. You know, even like Trent Simpson and Drew Sanders. But I like the linebacker out of Tulane. Like if we're looking at the Giants are looking at a linebacker in the 5th round, I'd be super psyched. I'm brain farting on the name.
Dorian Williams.
There we go. George Reed checking in again. Georgia's standout tight end Darnell Washington, who excelled in games last season, has been pushed down on some NFL teams due to a knee issue. That explains why he did not go number 1 overall. Thank you. I need an explanation. He wasn't drafted number 1. I was confused. All right, Texans selections in. Did they trade up? Texans. I guess they traded up, right?
Yeah, they had
Philadelphia.
Yeah,
Philadelphia getting more picks, man.
The Texans they're not messing around this draft.
Juice Scruggs, back-to-back Penn State players. Juice Scruggs. Okay, that was one of the backup centers I had for the Giants if they didn't land John Michael Schmitz or Joe Tippmann. I'm not saying he was. I would have taken Stromberg over Scruggs, but Scruggs is cool, but he's from Penn State, and the pick just before this, the tight end Brenton Strange, who went to the Jaguars, Penn State. I like Penn State talent. Good pick. Michigan also has a good center out there too. It's like Olu Osawame or something like that. He's a good center. If you can need a center, Ricky Stromberg out of Arkansas is my favorite available center. The dude he's a nasty play. He's a nasty offensive lineman. Plays angry. He'll put you in the ground and let you know about it.
Looks like the Broncos have traded up as well.
Broncos are on the clock, and that wraps up the second round, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I really want to see Drew Sanders get drafted.
Hey man, now at this point, Justin, at this point, I think Drew Sanders and Trent Simpson still on the board. Those guys are steals at this point. Those guys are steals. Justin, I know you were splitting at the end of the second. Can you just hang in there for a second? Let me use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, but let me let my dog out real quick.
Okay, I'll go for it. Go for it. Okay, guys. George saying, "Hey, George, not a huge fan of Pitt tight ends, of Pittsburgh tight ends, Pittsburgh tight ends. Who are you referring to, George? Because what's his name? Brenton Strange came out of Penn State, so not a huge fan of Pitt tight end. I mentioned Abonaconda before. He's a running back out of Pitt. I'm not sure what Marvin Mims Jr. I really wanted him for the Giants, but hey, man, he was fair second round value. Yeah, Broncos took Mims. I know he was never going to fall to my Giants. The Giants either had to take John Michael Schmitz or Mims in the second round. I'm glad they got the center. Get it out of the way. It's even though I would have been happy with Ricky Stromberg in the third round. I love Ricky Stromberg out of Arkansas. Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma. Jared loves this guy, rightfully so. I mean, Jared loves anyone from Oklahoma, but Marvin Mims is a dude. He's a baller. He's a dude. I love him. I really do. He's a dependable wide receiver. I can't complain. He was never going to make it to my Giants in round 3 anyway, unless they traded up. Mike Gesicki. Yeah, Mike Gesicki. Yeah. I remember Giants fans like in the offseason, my fellow Giants fans, some of them were like, "Oh, maybe we'll get Mike Gesicki." I'm like, "Why? Like the dude's like never even on the field. What are you talking about?"
And now we're into round 3, Joey.
All right, hang in there for 1 second. Let me use the bathroom and
you're good. You're good.
And have a quick smoke. Hang on 1 second.
So in round 3, we're kicking off with the Bears here. Bears could still use some defensive help here. I mean, just like most seasons. So, what about Keely Ringo? Anybody out there like Keely Ringo? Defensive back out of Georgia. Jacorian Bennett, another good defensive back. They could use a defensive back, actually. And then after the Bears, we've got 2 picks in a row for the Eagles. Then you've got the Broncos, the Lions, and the Rams. That's how we're going to start off this third round here.
You can hear me, Justin, right? Oh,
yes,
the pick is in for the Bears. Yeah, Keely Ringo, man, third round. That's pretty cool value. They haven't picked him. I heard you mention the name.
Yeah. I think he might be a good fit there.
Yeah, good physical wide receiver. He's got an issue that Deontay Banks has, and that is they're both grabby. So, I'm glad with Deontay Banks that we got him, but he is grabby. But Keely Ringo's kind of the same way. So they both need to have that ironed out of them.
Yeah, and again, nobody knows grabby like Joe knows grabby.
Mm-hmm. Grabby and crabby.
He's a crabby grabby.
Hey now.
Well, the pick is in. Let's see who we got here. maybe another weapon for Justin Fields. I know, obviously they're good at tight end with Cole Kmet.
Yeah, they do have a.
They
Well,
got
fantasy football wise, no, they're not. They're not okay with Komet.
Yeah, he's a good fit for that team though, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there aren't. They could use another tight end, just like a more of a playmaker guy. But there's a lot of good wide receivers out there, man.
Hey, don't forget, guys. Anybody out there still watching? We've got the 32 NFL team breakdowns coming up. We're going to be starting that this week since the draft is over. We've got a few of them. We have a few of them where we have several guys lined up ready to roll, where we're going to break down all of the offseason action for all 32 NFL teams across the board. We will have that all wrapped up by the week before the season starts. So it's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of big names too. As a matter of fact, let me read off some of the names that we have. The big one, as for an instance, for the Detroit Lions, we have Dave Burkett, 3-time award-winning sports writer for Michigan, and we also have Daniel Dopp, the producer for Fantasy Focus on ESPN, has agreed to come on to the Detroit Lions episode as well. I still got to schedule that one out, but that's going to be a hell of a show. We got Mark Schofield coming on for the Patriots. We all know Mark Schofield. He's been on a few times. AJ Jansen of the Aussie guys, along with Locked On Chargers announcer David Drogemeyer is going to be on for the Chargers. So we got a lot. We got a lot of big guests coming on, guys, and we're going to continue to only try to line up the absolute best we can for each individual show. So please stay tuned for that.
Okay, so the pick is in. I gotta put you on mute because I'm about to use the bathroom. Got to take a leak.
Well, that's all right. Go ahead and put me on mute because we've got another.
Zach Pickens. They got good defensive tackle out of South Carolina, Zach Pickens. And one thing South Carolina does well, it does defense well. This is a good pick.
Right on. Well, you know who else was a good pick? Andrew Campy was a good pick. We got Andrew Campy.
We got him picked. We got him first. We got him pick number 1 in the 3rd round. Andrew Campy out of the University of Australia.
Yep.
What's up, Camp?
I don't know. I don't know.
What do you think about? What do you think?
You got a good tight end. I know Coach has got to be happy. He likes Schoonmaker. He's good. He's happy, right?
Well, I don't know. Look, maybe he is, but his message to me was, "I'm not happy." So that could be read in various ways, but that's what he said to me.
I don't think that could be read in a lot of different ways.
So, I actually just messaged him and I said, the weird thing about the Cowboys going into the draft, and like Sheps and I have talked about it for weeks, was it felt like the Cowboys could have taken anyone. Like they were in the perfect position to do best player available.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, after 2 rounds, it feels like they've literally decided, okay, we need to get the interior of the D-line sorted. So we're going to go Maisie Smith and we're going to slightly reach on him. And then all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, now we must get a tight end. And even though there was a roll of tight ends early, they've still decided that was the pick. And you just kind of look and think, gee, there's a lot of good players there that they probably should have picked first. It's it's a bit frustrating from a Cowboys point of view to look at the situation that we're in now, because I mean,
I hear you.
The draft is, you never know what's, like we might be sitting back in a few time and laughing about how amazing it is, but it feels like they were position, which was what they shouldn't have needed to do in this draft. So a bit frustrating so far.
I hear you. Listen, the thing with the Cowboys too is that they're like the Eagles. They're a very stacked team, and they're pretty darn deep. Maybe not as deep as the Eagles, but they're pretty darn deep. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of like, I guess Mozzie Smith. Like I'd seen Mozzie Smith mock to the Giants a little bit, and I'm like, dude, I like Mozzie, but we have holes where they're going to be players of more value that will be available for us. So Mozzie Smith didn't make sense to me for the Giants, But for the Cowboys, the team that doesn't really have many holes, but I guess who needed a premier run stuffer, which he is. To me, that made sense. But I completely understand what you're saying in terms of like value being on the board. And here in the second round, I do like Schoonmaker. I think he's a pretty cool, sneaky pick, to be honest with you. But I understand what you're saying. Like you see a lot of other really good names out there at various positions. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I was very disappointed yesterday as well. And just let me tell you from personal experience, it doesn't go away quickly because I'm still feeling it. So good luck with that. But so I've got to take off. Joey, this has been way more fun than it was last year when I was in a delivery vehicle. And
you were texting while you were driving, but I won't tell anyone. It's just between us three.
Yeah, I'm. Don't worry, I'm a professional driver. It was only kids out there don't do it. It was a paid professional that was doing it. So
we've been driving for decades.
Yep. Campy, thanks for everything you do and for coming on to vent to us. We feel your pain, us Colts fans. So
well, I'm a good therapist. I'm here for you, Andrew. It's totally cool, and we can both bash on the Eagles, so it's okay. They're about to pick. They'll probably get another home run pick right now. Justin, it's been awesome, man. Thanks so much. And thank you for doing the announcements. You're awesome at that. I'm horrible, and I always forget the announcements. I wouldn't have done one announcement if you weren't here.
Nah, it's all good, homie. You take it easy, all right?
Take care, Justin. Tell the missus I say hi.
I sure will.
So, Andrew, it's you and I, man. So tell me about your problems, Andrew. Tell me.
Well, I'm just looking. So it's Eagles the next two picks. So if
they're gonna somehow get like the best stud right now, whoever it is, whatever player. What do you think they do right now, the Eagles?
That's a good question.
They're so loaded; they could just do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, and that they're basically doing exactly what the Cowboys should have done, which is just best player available. But I feel like if Drew Sanders goes to the Eagles, then we might not hear from Coach. I feel like Drew Sanders for that pick for the
third round, and it's funny because Coach and I were both definitely on the same page with this. Coach and I are not impressed with this linebacker class. The only linebacker that I actually had as first round value was Jack Campbell. I didn't expect him to go as high as he did to Detroit, but he was the only one that I saw him as first round value. And like at this point, though, man, Trent Simpson and Andrew Sanders, Andrew, they're both steals at this point.
Yeah, I mean, so I know that Drew Sanders is someone that Coach has been high on, and he was one of the few ones I think he was interested in.
Yeah, he was. And, that was probably for a poor linebacker class. I think you're right. That's the one that he was probably highest on.
And yeah, I think like you said, the Eagles are in a position where they can kind of do things, but it's interesting when you start looking at like how far does Hendon Hooker go now? Darnell Washington still there is a bit of a shock. I'm sure you would agree.
Well, you know what? I didn't know this, but Dennis was reporting that teams are concerned about some sort of knee injury that I was not aware of. So that makes sense. I mean, Darnell Washington could have went anywhere. I think in second or third round, or even maybe the very end of the first round. So I didn't expect him to necessarily make it to the third round, but it's all good.
I'm actually surprised about Osiris dropping down as far as he did.
Wow, best pure guard in the draft.
Considering Osiris Torrance at one point he was like sort of like looking at that kind of 20th pick, you think that's great value for the Bills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was surprising. Okay, so the Eagles took offensive tackle Tyler Steen. He's actually one player I have to admit that I'm not familiar with. Tyler Steen. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Did they just go back to back? They took Sidney Brown, really good safety out of Illinois. They had back to back picks.
So they got 2 picks, yeah.
Oh my gosh. I love Sidney Brown. I don't even know anything about Tyler Steen. I'm embarrassed to admit. Sidney Brown. Oh man. He's out of Illinois. Illinois had such a They probably had the best secondary in all of college football this year. Um, Holy cow. They just got a really good safety. That Eagles team,
I
jeez.
yeah, like I find it amazing. Is it like it's just when you look at a team like the Eagles and how close they were last year, and then all of a sudden have so they had I think they only had one in the second
I
round, but they had
know.
2 first round picks, and then all of a sudden they've
Again,
got 2 early thirds. It's just incredible. Like it's just the rich getting richer, isn't it? So
I love what they do. Their front office is playing 5D chess. Like one thing I'm grateful for is I believe next year is at least as of right now they only have one first round pick, which is the first time like in 3 years. They'll probably, but I'm telling you, man, Sidney Brown is great value in the beginning of the third round. He's a really good safety. That Illinois, he's small. He's a little under 5'10", surprisingly small for a safety, but he's a type of guy that'll be deployed as like a nickel, corner corner. I'm sorry, slot corner at times. He's really good. That's the only reason why I fell this far is that he's a little under 5'10". He's like the Bryce Young of safeties. What's your dog's name? It's beautiful.
that one's Benson. The foster dog's floating around somewhere too, but I figured rather than just show you his backside, I'd show you his head as well.
Nah, he's all good. He actually looks a lot like my dog Melvin. They look like in their same family. I think Melvin's kind of like has like some hound in him or beagle. He's bigger. He's bigger than Benson, but he's got the same type of look. He's more of like he's tan and white. I see that Benson's like tan, white, and black. And Melvin's lying down just like Benson is right now. He's lying down on my feet. All right, so Broncos
Yeah,
are
well,
on the
so
clock.
it's 11:30 here, so yeah, the dogs are about to fire up and start hassling me, I think.
Melvin starts in with me at okay, Broncos got Drew Sanders.
Oh, there
Wow,
you
what
go.
value in the third round, man. What value. Yeah, Melvin usually gets me up at like 6:30, wakes me up at 6:30 in the morning. He is like my alarm clock now, I have to say. And then and he won't leave me alone until he gets his walk because he's very demanding. But I appreciate that about him. I respect his personality. Drew Sanders, what a pick in the third round. So listen, like I said, like I was not, and same thing with Coach. Neither of us were very high on this linebacking class. I had Jack Campbell as the best, and he's more of an interior guy. Drew Sanders is more of an outside guy, converted edge. He's a converted edge, and he does play outside linebacker. So you're talking about two different positions, responsibilities. Um, and but man, beginning of the third round, that's really nice value.
Yeah,
What do you think
it's a
about?
weird.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, it's a weird draft for the Cowboys from the point of view of like the Cowboys just have their standard kind of picks, so they're sort of like sitting there just sort of waiting, and like they don't even really have the capital to be moving up or down really that much. So it's this weird thing where they pick, and then it's just sort of sitting there waiting for the next 31 picks to see what happens. So
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
You know
I
what?
don't want to justify their picks, but it's like, well, I guess they're not in a position to sort of like trade back that much. I think because the capital to get back, if you don't have that extra
Right.
second or third or whatever, can be pretty expensive.
Right. Yeah, it's like I'll tell you one thing. It's like I think you guys actually got good players, but it's when you've been waiting for months and months for the draft, and you're really into football, and then your team winds up focusing on the non-sexy picks, or I'm gonna say like unexpected players like Schoonmaker. It can feel deflating, because it's definitely much more exciting when you get a CD Lamb at like pick 17. When you didn't expect him to be there for you. But I think you're gonna like Mozzie. I really think you're gonna like him. He's gonna do the dirty work, man. Like you guys were saying last night. And by the way, that show you guys did a great job last night. That was such a fun show to listen to. Like you guys were saying, the you and Coach that Mozzie's gonna do the dirty work. That's gonna enable Micah even more to kind of like roam free and just wreak havoc. So
Yeah, and
it's gonna
I
make
think
it
from
even
my point of
better.
view, like the fact that Micah was so like interested in getting this pick done, I think that makes me feel a bit better. I think like if you're going to listen to anyone in the Cowboys, you listen to him.
Yeah.
And it was interesting that like, you feel like, being a Penn State guy, that sometimes you sort of like, you might like, you would have thought maybe, he would be sort of banging the table for Joey Porter Jr. or something like that. But
yeah, I hear you. Interesting point. And listen, every team could always use. I realize that Dallas has a good secondary, but Gilmore, who I thought was such a great acquisition for a fifth-round pick. You get that experienced cornerback who still plays at a high level, a guy who's won multiple Super Bowls, a guy who's been there. Like, that's great leadership, and obviously he still brings it on the field too. But yeah, if they had gotten Joey Porter, to be able to bring him on board and learn behind Gilmore, it would have been really cool for them. But you know what, Dallas, man, Giants fans, we, in the chats, on Twitter, like, we all acknowledge Dallas knows how to, along with the Eagles, they know how to draft. Like, they draft very, very well. Dallas, they do well.
And that's the only thing really at the moment you can say about the Cowboys is, like, you're looking to go pretty much every year for the last 5 years. It feels like, well, actually, I guess if you take CeeDee Lamb and Micah out of it, but it feels like the Cowboys do a lot of picks where people are immediately trashing it, and then after a while it sort of goes, oh, okay, that worked out quite well. So
yeah, perfect example. Last year, Tyler Smith, right?
Ooh.
I remember when he was the offensive lineman, and that's his name, right? Is it Tyler Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I remember, I thought he would be interesting in the second round. I never thought he'd go in the first round. As soon as he was picked by Dallas, there were plenty of people trashing the pick. And my initial response was, well, if another team were picking him besides Dallas, I'd agree with you, like, hey, that's a reach, but Dallas knows how to identify and develop offensive linemen. So if they're taking the dude, and he is a big dude with a lot of upside, if they're taking him, wait and see, because they know how to do offensive linemen. The Dallas Cowboys. Okay, Lions pick is in. Lions, man, they've been killing it. I think their first round picks were kind of a little were reaches, but they've been killing it the past few drafts. Hendon Hooker to the Lions.
Oh, wow.
Andrew, wow, that's good value there, third round. And I would not be looking to move on from Goff. He had a great year last year, but you just never know what the future is going to hold. And if Hooker like balls out as a young quarterback, maybe you do make that move.
Well, we're having the conversation internally. Someone made a joke, probably at Justin's expense, about would the Colts pick up Will Levis so that they could have Will Levis on their team as well. And it's sort of that thing of teams seem so fearful of getting a second quarterback because for some reason it can affect the confidence of their first quarterback. Whereas you feel like getting Hooker here is probably a really good option for Detroit because there's nothing to say that he needs to start tomorrow. So they can keep rolling with Goff and see how it goes. And if Goff plays well, then you've got a third round quarterback who, like, the thing about quarterbacks is they tend to hold their value pretty well. Like, we've had situations lately where a guy's been picked up in the first round and then he sort of he struggled a bit, and so they haven't got the value they want. But in general, like even back to the days of a Matt Schaub and that kind of stuff, where guys who are sort of backups who come in a bit and they play and they look all right, there's still a value there. So you kind of feel like it's a good time to take it, because if it works out well, then you're laughing at the best position of football. And then if it doesn't, it's like you haven't broken the bank for it. So
no, exactly, Andrew. It's the quarterback position. Like, you can't, like, hey, look at Dallas when they took Dak Prescott. What was it, fourth round back in 2016? Obviously the Eagles taking Jalen Hurts. Listen, it's quarterback, and you're paying this dude for third round salary. hey, if Goff falls out, like Goff had a great season last year, and I wouldn't necessarily be looking to move on for him. But if Hooker balls out, and you can still get something for Goff and unload that, 30 million or whatever he's making, and that's not big, obviously, for a starting quarterback these days. That's nothing. But you got to steal if Hooker works out. You got to steal. I think that's a great pick, man. That's cool. That's cool. Pick is in for Texans. We're at pick 68 or 69, 68, I think. So yesterday, first round, Andrew. General feelings on the first round yesterday. Like, to me, it was probably like the craziest first round I can recall.
Well, that's what. Yeah, when I jumped on, I was saying, like, in the football community, everyone was so focused on that pick 2 and 3. We felt like 2 and 3 was going to affect that whole first round. And obviously, it was quite interesting with the Texans jumping up, but it was
Texans just got tanked out. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Complete that thought. I had to announce it.
So like, obviously the Texan going up was kind of interesting, but in general, it was kind of like, oh yeah, trades happen, whatever. And then it felt like pretty much almost from that point onwards, that was the draft just went crazy. Like, it was just everything that sort of happened was sort of like a bit sort of a head scratcher. It was amazing. Like, everything that just went on was amazing. And yeah, as a Cowboys fan, it was frustrating to see that, the Eagles played it perfectly. They just kind of sat there and they, like, the draft is, it's like you talk about the Cowboys picking up Dak Prescott. Well, with Paxton Lynch in the first round, and then he ended up going to the Broncos and then did nothing and is now out of the league. So they end up getting lucky because they end up, for Dak Prescott later. We can sit there and we can say, oh, this is the best pick or whatever, but all you can really do as an NFL team is take your opportunity and do the best thing you can with it. And you feel like right now, that's exactly what the Eagles have done. They've taken their best opportunities to make themselves a better football team. So we could be sitting here next year and saying, oh, well, the Eagles stuffed up. However, based on where they were and where they were picking and, what options they had, they've done perfectly. And, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, but if you can be, can be good and get a bit of luck, then
the Eagles were not lucky. The Eagles put themselves in that position to get these types of players.
So the Lions is someone who I would say is probably lucky, right? Like, we sit there and we think, geez, they struggled in the first round, and then all of a sudden they came back in the second round and they semi-redeemed themselves. And I feel like that's a lucky football team. Whereas the flip side is the Eagles. The Eagles is a good football organization who have sat there and they've maximized their value at each pick they've had. And so you look at it and go, they've got that opportunity to be good. And then if you can add good and lucky, then you're laughing. So it's frustrating to be in their division, but
Jesus. And they just got a safety there. Like, he's small. He's under 5'10", but he's a really good cover safety. Okay, Raiders took Byron Young, defensive tackle out of Alabama. Nice third round value. Raiders. Frito, if you're out there, that's a good pick, man. That's a good third round value. Defensive tackle, 294 pounds out of Alabama. Good pick. But I hear you, man. Like, damn, the Eagles. My gosh. I remember a few years ago, I'm like, oh, thank God. Like, yeah, they won the Super Bowl, but now they're going to go into cap hell. Their team's getting older, and nope. So Eagles, hats off to you, man. You guys, your front office is a tier above everyone else, and you guys are playing 5D chess.
Well, I mean, that goes back to sort of essentially what I was talking about before as far as quarterbacks. Like, so Prescott and Wentz were sort of at the same time looking for an extension, and the Cowboys kind of just kept holding back, and then they sort of went the franchise tag option before they signed Prescott. And of course, the Eagles decided, nope, we're signing up Wentz, and they signed up Wentz. And then obviously it didn't work out for them, and it cost them a little bit to get out of it. But there was still value that they managed to extract from that quarterback, and it's sort of that
quarterback
thing of like,
who was almost an MVP,
yeah,
you
like
know,
so.
of a Super Bowl season.
So yes, they might have signed him into a contract that, in hindsight, was over the top, but they still managed to extract some value when they got rid of him, and so that's. As a Cowboys fan, I wish we have got Dak Prescott signed up earlier because it just ended
I
up
agree.
costing more money. But I mean, yeah.
I agree. I remember you saying that on an episode, I think, of the Saints just took Kendre Miller. I'm sorry, Kendre Miller, running back out of TCU. Really cool pick. Really cool pick. I remember you making that point, I believe, recently. It might have been on one of the Now About Them Cowboy episodes. And you had said that you would wish that they hadn't that Jerry hadn't dragged out the Dak negotiations so long. And I, even in the chat, I said I agree with you 100% because it's only going to go up. You know, the number is only going to go up. And in my opinion, I'm like, you're not moving on from Dak. Like, the guy already had like 3 monster seasons in a row. Even if he didn't win a Super Bowl, the guy already had 3 monster seasons in a row, like his first 3 professional years. What's there to think about?
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing. I just feel like with quarterbacks, you make your decision early. It doesn't matter if it's a good decision or a bad decision. You make it early and you get it out the door, and then you just see what happens.
Yeah, they won a lot of games with Dak, and to me, it was like a no-brainer. Like, it's you pay the guy because listen, even if you don't think he's not like an elite quarterback, which is very very hard to get, you can do a hell of a lot worse than being, say, like a tier 2 quarterback. And when I say tier 2, he's at the top of the tier 2. All right, yeah, you've got Mahomes, you have Rodgers. I assume Rodgers is still very elite, and last year was an anomaly. You can throw Josh Allen in there, and I guess Burrow now, but you can do a hell of a lot worse than a Dak Prescott. And you know what? He's a good character guy too. You know what you got. You can build up the rest of the team around him, and that's how I saw it. And there was no reason to keep pushing that can down the road, in my opinion. I agree with you 100%.
So we've got
Saints just got. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, we got Nino in the chat talking about Mims to Denver and whether or not it means that Judy's gone. So it's an interesting situation, isn't it? Because you kind of feel like anything like that would have been done before the draft. Like, if you're going to maximize value for your player,
well,
what are they going to get draft wise for him now?
You know what? Maybe they wanted to make sure that they got a wide receiver that they liked, that was their guy. And Marvin Mims, Nino, I know I'm right, Nino? I mean, I like Marvin Mims. We all like Marvin Mims, but I know Jared Gray loves Marvin Mims. He loves anyone from Oklahoma, but Jared's really high in Marvin Mims. But I love Marvin Mims too. I would have been cool, like, if the Giants decided to push off center. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad they got Schmitz. If they decided to push off center to like the 3rd round, because there's still some guys out there I like at center. And if they had taken Marvin Mims, I wouldn't have complained at all. Would not have complained at all. And Nino says Kendre Miller about to eat, especially if Kamara misses any time. I assume Kamara's going to miss time. Yeah, Kendre Miller. As soon as I saw Kendre Miller going to the Saints, Nino, I'm like, that makes 100% sense. And Nino says, can't be with the sunshine as I'm in the dark. LOL. That's right. It's nighttime over here. Looks all nice and bright over there. Doggies resting peacefully, listening to toilets and titles.
Now, as I mentioned yesterday, the problem is living on this side of the world. It's just starting to cool down here. So we've had all of our lovely sunny weather, and now it's just starting to get colder. So,
and the upside down.
So it looks quite nice because I've got the sunshine coming in today, but it's not as warm as I would like.
But it doesn't really get that cold in Australia, right?
It's not too bad.
As far as I know, like it can get really cold. And it's funny because you guys really aren't all that far from Antarctica. And you're down south. You're like Melbourne, right? Correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so you're not all that far from Antarctica.
Yeah, so no, so like for instance, it doesn't snow in Melbourne. Like if we get snow, we get like a little bit up in the mountains near me, and it's kind of, you know, like literally like 1 or 2 little snowflakes, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's snowing!"
Yeah, shutting
So
everything down.
yeah, so we
Shut
don't.
down the port.
So that gives you an idea. It doesn't get that cold down here, but yeah.
So it sounds like a lot like probably like Southern California. Like once in a blue moon, they'll get, and they do have lots of mountains, and it will snow up in the mountains, but that's it. But if they do happen to once in a blue moon get a little snow one winter, it's like it wreaks havoc. Oh, interesting. Okay, Cardinals took Garrett Williams, cornerback out of Syracuse. I like him a lot in the third round. Good, solid. This guy's got good solid. He's 5'10", a little over 5'10", 192 pounds. I like him. Third round, perfect value. Third round for Garrett Williams. I like this.
So what are the Giants doing here? They were on the clock, aren't they?
No, I think that unless they trade it up, but no, they are probably pick 87, I think, if I recall correctly. At this point, I assume it's going to be wide receiver, but I got to see the names that are still up there. It could be someone else in the secondary. I could see them maybe getting a safety or a linebacker. Their two biggest needs, cornerback and center, were addressed. They still have holes. Don't get me wrong, but they've got some more flexibility here.
Well, unless
the Giants are
ESPN
on
is
the
lying
clock.
to me, yeah, I was going to say, unless ESPN is lying to me, then the Giants are on the clock for this pick 73.
I'm wondering if they traded up because I thought they had.
I think you might be right because
they traded
their later
up.
picks disappeared.
That's it. I'm not surprised they traded up. I'm assuming they're going wide receiver. I have a feeling it could be defensive. It could be edge. Oh, they got Jalen Hyatt. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, third round. I'm cool with that actually.
yeah.
Interesting. I like guys who are more polished route runners, to be honest with you. I know that it's funny. The Giants are saying they want to get it faster, but I took that as more of like a quick in terms of fast. Not actually like speed track fast, but like a quick player, like a Zay Flowers type of guy. I don't know. I mean, there are other wide receivers I would have taken over him. I would have taken um, he's intriguing. In the third round, I'm not complaining. I did not want him in the first round. Second round, I would have been cool with it. I like Cedric Tillman. Like he's a good big body that's still out there. I like him a lot. I know Giants fans wanted Jonathan Mingo, and he went early in the second. All right, they got Jalen Hyatt. I think. What do you think, Camp?
I think
Be
that's
honest.
a good pick.
Yeah, I mean for third round, right?
For that, for the third round, I mean,
not bad.
There was a lot of talk of him going a lot earlier, so I feel like that's a pretty good pick.
I'm not taking him. I don't hate the guy, but I was like, I'm not taking that dude in the first round. Second round, I'm like, if he actually fell to the Giants, which I didn't expect, at the back end of the second, I would have done that too. I would have been cool with that.
And I mean, the thing is, I look at the Giants last year, and as I sort of mentioned, I think it was yesterday. It wasn't yesterday. It was on the Cowboys show. I kind of feel like, to a certain extent, the Giants probably overperformed last year on where I would have thought they were at. But you look at what Daniel Jones managed to do with what you would consider a pretty average-looking, wide receiver call, where he couldn't sort of like.
Oh yeah.
It sort of seemed like they had injury issues, and then they didn't really have, like an alpha kind of thing going on. Like,
absolutely.
Like, he's done pretty well there. So, to get someone like Hyatt here in the third round for him is a pretty good.
Right.
It removes his excuses.
Interesting. I just said Giants just took Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee, right? And I was just saying I would have preferred Cedric Tillman.
Yes. Cedric
Tillman. He's like probably the best big body wide receiver out there. So guy's probably like, he's 6'3", 213 pounds. I would have preferred. I think he's actually better. He's got really good hands. I think he's the better wide receiver. But they wanted to go speed. I like him. He's my type of wide. Listen, he's my type of wide receiver. I like Cedric Tillman. Good pick, Browns. Good pick. That's cool. Now I wonder what the Giants gave up to move from pick 87 to pick What was it,
Yeah, I was
73?
just having a look.
I would assume they gave up their 4th-round pick, which I wouldn't have done that. I'm cool with giving up picks 5, 6, and 7. 4th-round pick. I assume they had to give up their 4th-round pick. Falcons are
Yeah,
on
it
the
looks
clock.
like it. There's no Giants pick in the 4th round, so I'm guessing that's what's
So that's
happened.
it. And I hope that's all they gave up. That hurts, man, because we have a lot of holes. And I know the 4th round is where it really starts getting iffy with the talent, but I don't know, man. Like the thing is too, you know what? I would have honestly, if it was Cedric Tillman they traded up for, I would have batted it. I wouldn't have blinked. But Jalen Hyatt, just giving up the
So
4th-round pick, I'm like,
I just saw on Twitter sleeper mentioned. So Jared Goff when was he drafted? What year?
2017, I believe. Both him
Yeah.
and Wentz.
And so Hooker is 4 years younger.
4 years younger. He's almost my age, Cappy. Yeah, no, the Giants. The thing with the Giants last year is that, yeah, the wide receiving core. I mean, the weapons in general. Besides Saquon, but the receiving weapons, like, they're nothing special. But the key thing is that finally they just had consistency. Like they had, especially when they picked up Hodgins from Buffalo's practice squad, and they were rolling him and Slayton and Richie James out, and Bellinger, their tight end. They're rolling the same guys out all the time. The second half of the year, they finally had consistency. They had not had that in years. It would be, injuries. It was like whenever they'd actually start getting something rolling on offense and actually start looking pretty good, people would start dropping like flies with the injuries, and it was insane. And it's like they finally had consistency, even though this is not premier talent out there. Like they're all at least like quality, like wide, like legit wide receiver threes, which is not
Yeah.
great, but it's better than guys off the street, literally off the top all the time. So but yeah, so honestly, I would have liked a more talented wide receiver, in my opinion. I think they probably would have taken Marvin Mims. Um, I think they actually probably would have went like even John Michael Schmitz. They still would have went center, but I think I have a feeling like Mims would have been more like their type of wide receiver, or even Jaden Reed. But I know they had both Mims and Jalen Hyatt in for like the what's it called, like the top 30 interviews, where each team gets to have like 30 personal interviews, like visits from the player to the team, and both Hyatt and Mims were in there, along with Zay Flowers and Deontay Banks, John Michael Schmitz. Um, so I'm not surprised that don't get me wrong, I'm cool with the Hyatt pick, but I just love Cedric Tillman. Oh. Yeah, so Jared's saying, yeah, I'm sorry, guys, I haven't been checking the comments. Yep. Jared says Giants get Hyatt. Nino says Hyatt. Yeah, Tank Dell. Nino says Tank Dell to the Texans. That is, man, that's a good pick. And Jared Gray says Hyatt is a steal in the 3rd. I agree, Jared. I'm happy. But hey, Jared and Nino, if you guys are still listening, would you have taken for the Giants? Would you have taken Hyatt or Cedric Tillman, or for any team? Me myself, I was just saying I like Hyatt. I think he's a steal in the 3rd, but I preferred Cedric Tillman. Jared and or Nino, if you guys are still listening, what do you think, Hyatt or Cedric Tillman? At least for the Giants. At least for the Giants. What do you guys think? So Falcons, man, it seems like the Falcons have had like 20 picks. The Falcons pick is in. Moon Vibes is so happy, man, when they got Bijan Robinson. All right, they got Zach Harrison. Very good, underrated defensive end out of Ohio State. Nice 3rd-round value. Zach Harrison, I like it for the Falcons. Falcons are building a pretty nice defense down there, I got to say, in hot Atlanta. He's a good 3rd-round pick, dude. This guy can also. What's cool about Zach Harrison, though, he's listed as a defensive end. He's the type of guy that on 3rd downs, if you got like a NASCAR package going, you can put him on the interior. He's sneaky. That's a sneaky good pick. Moon Vibes, I bet, is happy. Yeah, Moon Vibes was Deshaun was so happy with Bijan, and I was initially happy too because I'm like, at least the Eagles didn't get him, but that I knew who were they taking right behind him. I knew they were taking Jalen Carter. How could you not? And actually, I would have taken Jalen Carter over Bijan anyway. You can't win. You just couldn't win as a non-Eagles fan.
No, and the thing is, it's like Carter probably could not have gone to a better situation, could he? Because he's going to be surrounded by a bunch of guys that he knows. Like, from a comfort standpoint for the team, it must feel pretty good because they have to feel like they're in a position where they can sort of say to the other guys on that team, hey, make sure that he flies right.
Yeah. Dude, Andrew, that Eagles interior pass rush is going to be scarier than many other teams' edge rushers.
Yes.
It combined, Patriots. Nino, if you're listening, nice pick. They just, oh man, they were taking a guy. I was hoping the Giants. I didn't think he'd go in the third round. The Patriots just took Marte Mapu. He's listed as a linebacker out of Sacramento State. He's probably going to play safety. He's only like 217 pounds. So he's kind of like actually like a built up safety. But this is a guy, he will play some linebacker. This guy is interesting. He would have been so cool. I would love to have seen him on the Giants and see what Wink Martindale would do with him because he is a guy who's going to play linebacker and safety. Marte Mapu. Oh, man. Nice pick. I wonder how Nino feels about that. I'll drop it in the chat. I like Marte Mapu out of most people aren't really familiar with him. He rose up the big board really quick, and but I was hoping he'd be like a fourth round pick for the Giants. I saw him mocked in the third round quite a bit. I never thought he'd actually go in the third round, given his tweener status. Okay, Rams pick is in. These are flying. I love it. Byron Young, defensive end out of Tennessee. Nice. Byron Young, defensive end out of Tennessee.
See, what's interesting from a Cowboys point of view is like we're still sort of, I think, probably about 10 picks or something away from the Cowboys pick, but you sit there and go, Darnell Washington is still there and Tucker Kraft is still there. So
is Zach Kuntz.
It just makes you back to that last pick, doesn't it? And think, like,
maybe they
was
double
that
down.
The best player available? Like, well, I mean, maybe, but they've got two guys there who are pretty good anyway. But it's just
yeah, I like Ferguson.
It's sort of it's a bit like if you do a fantasy football draft and you sort of go into a draft and you think, maybe you've picked up a couple of wide receivers, so you think, okay, I should get a running back here, and then all of a sudden you do that and you realize, hang on, that wasn't the best place for value. Like, that's what I'm feeling with the Cowboys. It's like they went tight end because they needed to fill that gap.
Yeah.
But now I'm just thinking, well, I mean, if we had walked away with Washington or Kraft, I feel like, I don't know. I guess, yeah.
I hear you, man. Oh, Packers pick is in. I hear you. I do. I honestly, I did not. The Packers pick is in. We're just waiting. I hear you on Schoonmaker. Like, I really didn't know much about him, and I just started hearing his name more and more and more and more leading up to the draft. And so I just saw him on the screen for the first time. I had not scouted the guy at all. He looked like an impressive athlete. Like, he's listed as 6'5". He looked a lot taller. Packers just got Tucker Kraft. I'm not into Tucker Kraft, I'll be honest with you. I think I'd rather have Schoonmaker, actually. So they just got Tucker Kraft out of South Dakota State. I'm more intrigued by Kuntz at this time out of Old Dominion. His testing scores, you probably heard me talking about it before. It's like the fourth time I've mentioned it on the show. Zach Kuntz out of Old Dominion. I was blown away by his testing at the combine. He won every athletic test or a close second place, every athletic test. And I would love to see the Giants take him in the fourth round. Like, I know I like our tight end room right now with Darren Waller and Bellinger, but Yeah, I don't know how long Waller's going to be around for. And like in the fourth round, you get a guy like Kuntz, if he were there, that is. Like that's pretty good potential.
So despite not going a wide receiver in the first round, the Green Bay Packers have now gone wide receiver and tight end.
Mm. Yep, they
So
needed it, man.
they're trying to put some options around Love by the looks of things.
That's cool. What do you think? What do you think? Obviously, I'm not. Oh, Colts pick is in already, so Justin's going to be all excited probably. I'm intrigued to see Jordan Love, man. Colts fans are
Yeah.
happy. Oh wow, Colts took Josh Downs. Woo! That is. I forgot about Josh Downs. I'll tell you, if the Giants hadn't taken Wandale Robinson last year, I would have been super psyched with Josh Downs this year because I think he's better. And he's actually probably like an inch taller. He's at like 5'8 3/4. This guy catches everything, even contested catches. He's uncanny. Josh Downs out of UNC. I know coach was really, really high on him. I love him, man. I thought he might have been like the sixth best wide receiver in this draft, just given like it's amazing. Like he really does catch everything. This guy. He plays so much bigger. He plays so much big. He plays like a guy who's like 6 foot. He's so savvy. I love this. What a pick. Oh man, he's got to be. I completely forgot about Josh Downs. I'll tell you, if the Giants hadn't taken Wandale Robinson, you can't go two guys that size. You just can't.
Yeah.
I would have preferred Josh Downs over Jalen Hyatt. I gotta say. Wow, Anthony Richardson, Julius Brents, Josh Downs. What a killer class for the Colts. So yeah, can you imagine, Andrew, if they got if Jordan Love works out and we're on our third generation of Green Bay Packer like Hall of Fame quarterback? They haven't had a bad quarterback in 30 years. They haven't had a non-elite quarterback since like since 1993 or 92. It's crazy. I was in my
Um,
glory days back then. I had a lot of hair, Andrew. That was like
I
60
just,
pounds ago for me.
I think it's going to be interesting to see him get a real proper run because, like, so I went and I drafted him in a couple of fantasy leagues because I kind of thought, oh well, good value. There's always value on retaining quarterbacks, and then in those kind of little sort of snippets of him we've seen, it's been sort of a bit up and down. So it is going to be interesting to see what he can do, but I think it's going to tell us one or two things. Either he's going to come out at the start and he's going to look pretty good, and that'll tell us that Green Bay have had a strong belief in him, or he's going to come out and it's going to be a bit up and down. And if it's a bit up and down, it will tell us how much Green Bay was just sick and tired of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, yeah. I would have been
Like-
sick of that crap. I would have been
Like
so
I-
sick of that crap.
I mean, the thing about Aaron Rodgers is, and I mean, you can sit down and you can argue about him as a guy all you like, but it's the little things that end up sort of I find interesting. So like when he comes out and he says, "Oh, Green Bay hadn't contacted me," and then the team comes out and says, "Well, we've tried to contact him multiple times and he hasn't been." And I think,
But you were in your dark hole or whatever you call it, smoking peyote.
I feel like in this day and age, I don't believe there's many teams out there who would not be at the very least talking to the agents of their star players. So
Oh yeah.
for him to come out and say that, I'm like, it's just kind of petty and like it's
Yeah,
like,
it was getting stupid. Like it was getting with him, I guess he was unhappy. Like they weren't drafting players that he wanted, I guess, and then I don't then request a trade, man. Then get out of there. Request a trade. Don't be a whiny baby. Like you play for you play for in a city a small town that worships you. It's got good football history. You're a hero over there. Like appreciate that. I mean, the team is always good, and obviously he's the biggest reason why. But it's not like he's for the vast majority of his career, he's had very good wide receivers. It's only like 1 year where he has not had an elite wide receiver. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. And they tried to build up the defense. Like they haven't really done a great job of it necessarily, but it's not the wrong move. All right, so the Panthers trade up, pick number 80. They're on the clock. It looks like the pick is in. They still have the clock going, but is the pick being announced? What's going on? What's going on over here? Oh, so the clock is still. Oh, interesting. They took linebacker DJ Johnson out of Oregon. I'm not familiar with him. What's really interesting to me is that Trent Simpson out of Clemson, who many viewed as the top uh, linebacker in the draft, like outside linebacker in the draft, is still on the board. And I was telling everybody, I'm not taking these linebackers in the first round because Joe knows, Andrew. Remember that, Joe knows.
Here we go. It's about that time
So,
when I'm going to start getting hassled.
oh, there's the other. Oh, wow.
So this
Wow. They would love Melbourne. They're hounds, huh?
yeah. So
Park
this
Eagle?
she's a purebred foxhound apparently. So yeah, she's the
Wow, she's
size of a
beautiful.
small house.
Yeah, Melbourne.
That's
I have to get a DNA test on Melbourne. He's from Louisiana, which is like their two big breeds are Hound and Pit Bull, and he's got some Hound in him. I don't know what the rest of it is, but he's got some Hound, and he's so smart, and I love his personality, and he definitely hounds when he wants what he wants. I would bring Melbourne and show him on screen, but he's lying down right now. Looks like he's sleeping. If somebody wants to walk, huh? Somebody wants to walk.
Yes. So this is our foster dog. So she
Yeah.
she spent 4 years in a lab, and we thought, she's going to come out. She's
Poor
going to have
thing.
all these problems.
Yeah.
And she's amazing. She's she's an amazing family dog. She's just big. Doesn't know how big she is.
How does is your other dog cool? Benson, is Benson okay with the foster? Like
No, because he's 11, so he just wants to relax and sit on the couch, and she wants the roughhouse. So
yeah,
that's what she's trying to do at the moment. She wants to play. So if he's not interested, she'll come hassle me.
It's funny. I grew up with black Labradors, and those used to be my favorite dogs because they're sweet. They're sweet, intelligent dogs, and so great with families and great family dogs. But ever since we got Melvin, who's definitely somewhere in the Hound family, I don't think I'd ever go away from Hound. They have so much personality. Yep, he's telling you he wants something. That's just like Melvin does the same thing. He does the same thing. He wants something, he lets you know. It's funny, Andrew. These picks have been going so fast. Like the pick is in for the Titans. I was about to say I'm almost shocked now when I don't look up at the screen and it doesn't say the pick is in. But the pick is in for the Titans. Feels like I haven't called the Titans' name in a long time.
All right, I'm going to deal with this big thing, and I'm going to try and jump back on for the Cowboys pick in about 10 picks.
Sounds cool. Can you can you do me one favor, Andrew? Can you hang in there for 2 minutes? 2 minutes. Hang in there for. I'm just going to stop my cam. You can hear me. I can hear you. Let me have a quick smoke. Give me 2 minutes, literally. I suck it down real fast.
All right.
But we can still talk. All right, the Titans pick is in. Let's see. I feel like I haven't called the Titans name in a long time. It's been like the Falcons, the Eagles, Lions.
Well, so because they traded up, so they had second pick in the second round. So then this is the next pick since then. So they must have traded down. So they traded down in the third and up in the second.
I'll tell you, the guy who's announcing the Titans pick right now, he's wearing an old Oilers, Houston Oilers jacket. It looks really cool. I'm watching the screen through my window. I can inhale this thing in 2 minutes. Don't worry about it.
It's all right. We've given up hassling me for a minute. You can just you
He
probably
knows. He
you
knows.
can't see from my screen, but yeah, I've just got this face looking at me at the moment.
He knows. He's going to give me a minute.
So what's this
But I
pick?
gotta say, is it me or is this draft going? Is this draft going this second day like going even faster than ever?
Oh yeah, lots. Yeah, compared to yesterday. Yesterday just felt like it just was dragging on, but yeah, today's been pretty good. So
Ty Spears, they just got Ty Spears, who we here at Toss Titles, who we interviewed from Tulane.
See, once again, who was it? It might have been Coach even was talking about like there was an expectation that we were going to see some kind of movement on the running backs today because, you have all these running backs like you have Swift and you have Henry where they were talking about moving them. And you think if they were going to move, you feel like they were moving today when they could be moved for draft capital. But, like if you got Henry, like you don't move him in a week, do you? Because what good does a 2024 pick do you?
Well, maybe they wanted to make sure that they got a running back at fair value before they made the move, and they just figured, we'd rather cover our base that way and then get the next year's pick as opposed to moving Henry, and then and the value. It is a deep running back class, but still, depending upon where you pick, like you might want to take someone else, and then when you do turn to running back, maybe they're gone after like a run of running backs. But I hear you. Normally, you'd think those moves would be made ahead of time. I still don't think the Lions should trade Swift. I mean, listen, maybe a pretty good pick for him, but I don't know. I like that duo that they could have going on. Oh, Yaya Dibby. Okay, defensive end out of Louisville, just went to the Buccaneers.
Yeah, so if I jump over on so according to ESPN anyway, this is the best available. So we've got Darnell Washington, which is, as you mentioned, maybe it's injury related, but you think he's going to go soon.
Mm-hmm.
Ringo, the quarterback out of Georgia.
I thought you said quarterback. That's right. Yeah, the CB out of Georgia. Yeah, Keely Ringo.
Yeah,
that's really good value. Third round, good value. Good value.
The Australian accent seems to confuse everyone with quarterback and cornerback.
No, it's not the accent. Whenever I say cornerback, at least internally for me, it sounds like I'm saying quarterback. So I usually try to say CB.
And so from a Cowboys point of view, it is going to be interesting for the linebackers coming up here because there's Diane Henley from Washington State, and then there's also Overshawn from Texas.
Yeah. And Trent
so Overshawn from Texas, like he interviewed with pretty much every team, it felt like. He did so many interviews.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like Overshawn's going to go higher than expected.
Yeah. That's why I would have liked let me just get my cup. That's why I would have liked if the Giants had just waited. Yeah, if they didn't get Hyatt, okay, I think there's still some other good wide receivers available. That's why I went to the fourth round pick, because I think there are going to be some good linebackers. In terms of fourth round value, I think there might be some day one starters out there, especially on a team like the Giants that are linebacker, like we're extremely linebacker poor. Like the Cowboys aren't in that situation. We've got Bobby Okereke, who we signed as free agent, and after that, we got nobody. So I was hoping to get maybe a linebacker in the fourth round. But say la vie. Let me just pop some ice in my drink. I'll pop back on screen. And I know my millions of viewers miss me right now.
So, yeah, I feel like the Cowboys, my gut feeling at the moment is I don't think they're probably going to look at Washington for the fact they just drafted a tight end. But linebacker seems to be lining up with this position. There's a couple of running backs, but I kind of feel like running back they might push another round or two.
There's a guy out there right now who I love in Israel Abanaconda out of Pitt. Love that dude. I think he's like a day one starter.
He's a Shep's favorite. And then so him I think Corey Trice, the Purdue cornerback in the next round, will be where the Cowboys are looking. And then I think also the next round will be where the Cowboys will really start looking at offensive linemen too. So a lot of their meetings that they had, so their combine interviews and their top 30 visits and all that kind of stuff, a lot of them were around offensive linemen for the Cowboys who were like third, fourth, fifth kind of round.
Yeah.
So I suspect that's the reason why they didn't go someone like a Torrance in round 2, is they're pretty comfortable with who's there in the sort of third and fourth round. But
right.
As I said,
How was? Go ahead.
Reading the tea leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Reading the tea leaves, it's feeling like linebacker might be the next pick, but we'll see.
There's some good ones available, man. Good ones that I did expect to go in the second round, like Trent Simpson. I think Overshown could have went in, like, back into the second round where the Cowboys were picking. Like, I actually think that would have been pretty fair value. Overshown, yeah, that's interesting. It's the Cowboys, they stock up well on their linebackers. They do. There are still some good, decent cornerbacks out there. At least there's some really talented slot corners out there right now, like shutdown slot corners. Was it Trevius Hodges Tomlinson? I believe his name is, out of TCU. Like, that guy covers. He's like glue on opposing slot wide receivers. Denver Broncos are up again. Okay, so
all right, let me jump off. I'll be back in probably about 5 minutes.
No worries, Andrew. Cool. Thanks, man. I'll catch you in a bit. All right, Riley Moss. Nice pick. Nice value in the third round. Riley Moss, who, by the way, we had an entire contingent of like 5 guys from here, Toilets to Titles, and the CFB Nation over at Senior Bowl. And Riley Moss was one of the very first interviews that we had at the Senior Bowl, and really cool, down to earth, smart dude. Riley Moss is that's a steal in the third round. You know what? It's not a steal. It's really, really good value. Riley Moss, I like it a lot. So Riley Moss goes in the third round to the Broncos. I like that pick a lot. I really do. And I'm going to put that in the old banner over here. So we're up to pick 83. Denver just had. Does Denver have back-to-back picks? It says Broncos pick is in. All right. So that's pick. Okay, so Dolphins are on the clock. Excuse me. And the pick is in. I love it. It's going fast. It's going fast. So pick 83. And that is Riley Moss, CB out of Iowa. Broncos. I like that. And the Dolphins pick is already in. Devin Achane, or Achane, I forgot how his name was pronounced, running back out of Texas A&M. I know that George is very happy right now. George Reed, very happy. Our in-house Dolphins fan is very happy right now. Okay, Devin Achane, or Achane, out of Texas A&M. All right, so Dolphins got a running back, and they did need a running back. That's one thing the Dolphins definitely needed, was running back. So good job by them. That's cool. This draft, man, this is a fun, really fun draft. And it's funny because I have to say, like, originally, I was not crazy about this draft class compared to the last two. Like, the last two draft classes were phenomenal in that they were both top heavy and deep. And this particular draft class, it wasn't a top heavy draft class, but it is deep. And these players we're getting in the third round. Um, these are really impressive players, I got to say. I'm really, really impressed. Okay, so Chargers pick is in as well. We're up to pick 85. Okay. Cool beans. Cool beans. I love how fast these picks are going. I gotta say, man, the Eagles, what a What another draft class by the Philadelphia Eagles. Holy cow. Okay, all right. Chargers take Deion Henley, linebacker out of Washington State. I didn't have him as highly rated as many other people. He's a converted wide receiver, and like most of these other linebackers, he's very much on the light side. Interesting. He's listed as 225 pounds. I thought I thought he was lighter than that, but he's raw. He's a converted wide receiver, but man, he Henley is a hell of an athlete. Hell of an athlete. My problem, I like the value here in the third round. I had seen him mocked oftentimes in the second round, and I thought that was just ridiculously early for him. Uh, he's got stuff to improve on in this game, but third round I think is pretty good value, and this is just a very athletic, fast linebacker in Henley. That's a pretty cool pick. I can't believe I think Trent Simpson's still on the board. I think. All right, so Chargers, Quentin Johnson, Tuli Tuipulotu, defensive end out of USC, and Deion Henley, linebacker out of Washington State. Interesting. Okay, Ravens are on the clock. I feel like the Ravens have not been on the clock in a long time. I don't think they have. Maybe they didn't have a second round pick. So I know they took Zay Flowers in the first, and that was a great pick. I'm sure they promised Lamar when he finally signed that deal, the contract extension. I'm sure they promised him that besides signing OBJ and getting Antonio Brown, that's crazy. OBJ and Antonio Brown on the same team. That's crazy. That they were still going to get another wide receiver in the first round, and they delivered. I'm sure they promised that to Lamar, and they got a hell of a wide receiver, in Zay Flowers. So good job by the Ravens. They've done so well boosting up their wide receiving core. Yeah, Trent Simpson's still out there. Wow, that's a steal at this point. Maybe the Ravens take him. Can you imagine if the Ravens take Darnell Washington? Holy cow. What a steal in the third round that would be for the Ravens. And they love their tight ends. They love their tight ends. I could see it being Darnell Washington. I could see it. There's still some other good players out there. There's a really good safety, Ayer Brown, I think is his name, from out of Penn State. Um, Trent Simpson, man, ooh, could be a running back too, like a Bonaconda. But man, I think Darnell Washington to the Ravens, it makes sense. I know they've got two tight ends. I realize that, the Ravens, but I don't know, man. Darnell Washington at this time, I don't know the severity of that supposed knee injury, but um, Darnell Washington at this point, if I'm the well, I would take Darnell Washington in the early third round. He's a steal, and so is Trent Simpson, who I was not crazy about Trent Simpson. Seeing him like mocked in the back end of the first round originally, I'm like, the dude's just too light. He's too small. These linebackers are just way too small, in my opinion, to go in the first round. Except for Jack Campbell, who did go in the middle of the first round. He went higher than I thought he would go, but he did go in the first round, and I thought he was the only linebacker who's worthy of going in the first round. That was pretty much my opinion from early on in this whole process. Um, but I never expected Trent Simpson to be sitting there in the third round. That's pretty crazy. In the back end of the third round too. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, I guess he's kind of seen as a tweener, like Isaiah Simmons was, and not as talented either. But because he's light, he is light. Okay, Ravens pick is in. So you have Trent Simpson, Darnell Washington is still on the board. Darnell Washington's my guy. Adaba- Adabaware. I forgot. I can never pronounce his name. Defensive end out of Northwestern. That's a good value. Yeah, Jair Brown out of Penn State. Keely Ringo, cornerback out of Georgia. Third round, man, these are real value players here in the third round. Damn. And you still have some very good running backs out there too. I love Israel Abanikanda out of Pittsburgh. I really do. He's still out there. Let's see with the Ravens. Yeah, Darnell Washington would be such a Ravens pick, but they've got two tight ends. Let's see what they do. Oh man, this draft has got to end soon. My voice is getting so harsh. The bourbon can only do so much. Trenton Simpson. There you go. Okay, totally. That's what I figured. They want linebacker. All right, man. Cool for you, Simpson. You went to a team that knows how to do defense. Good for you. That's cool. If I was a linebacker, I would love to play in the Ravens. They know how to do defense. That's cool. Good for him. And at this point, man, the back end of the third round, this is a friggin' steal. Good for Simpson. That's cool. Yeah, that's definitely one defense. If I'm a defensive player, that is one team I would love to play on, are the Ravens. They're all about defense. Love it. Cool. Good for them. Good for them. All right, guys, we're getting kind of close to the end of the third round over here. Let me bring up ESPN. I haven't had, believe it or not, I have not had. Actually, let me bring up the NFL.com. See how many more picks we have going on over here. All right, so coming up, so we just had Baltimore just picked. All right, so we got Minnesota coming up. We've got Minnesota, Jacksonville, the Rams, Dallas, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Arizona, and we start getting the third round compensatory picks. Kansas City, Arizona again, and that's it. Okay, so we go up to pick 96. All right. Oh no, 97, Washington, 98, Cleveland, 99, San Francisco, pick 100, Vegas. Okay. A lot of competitive. Oh man, we're going to pick 102. There's 102 picks. Well, there's 39 picks in this third round with all the compensatory picks. Wow. Okay, 49ers got a really good safety out of Penn State. Jair Brown, really, really good value. I keep saying that, but it's true. These third round picks are such good value. This is a good safety. Jair Brown. I would have been cool with the Giants winding up this dude. I like him a lot. Good size, man. Good size. And I like that Penn State talent. These guys are ballers. They're physical, they're fast, they play with an edge on both defense and offense. I like them a lot. I like Penn State. I like their players. Man, Jair Brown, I like this guy. Man, back into the third round. Good for you, 49ers. Damn. Giants could have used a player like that. I'll tell you that much. Pick is in for the Jaguars. All right, let's get this rolling. We still got man, we got a lot of picks to go. We still got 14 picks to go. All right, Jaguars pick is in. Let's see who else is out there. Man, my guy Darnell Washington's still out there. There's no way my Giants would ever take him because they have got tight end. They have tight ends and they don't have another pick until the fifth round. So interesting. Oh, they could go out of Baware, out of Northwestern. They could go Keely Ringo, Darius Rush. I like Darius Rush a lot. Cornerback out of South Carolina. I'll tell you, South Carolina is it's a it's a funny college program in that they're always kind of like 5-7. They never really have winning seasons these days, but they always produce really good defensive players. And usually you'll get at least one South Carolina Gamecock. Ooh, Jaguars got Tank Bigsby, running back out of Auburn. Good player, good player. That's nice. That's nice. I like that. I forgot about Bigsby. That is really cool. Good pick by Jacksonville. Good pick. Um, I was saying the Gamecocks, the South Carolina Gamecocks, they're always 5-7, but they always wind up producing really good defensive talent. And usually you'll often most years you'll get like a South Carolina Gamecock going like in the top 12 picks. You usually get or top 15. Like again, there'll be like a five. They'll have a 5-7 record, and they usually have someone going like still like in the top 15 in the first round. South Carolina knows how to produce good defensive players, so I like Darius Rush a lot. Uh, hey, cool pick by Jacksonville, Tank Bigsby. He's going to be a really good complement in the running game. The guy's going to be, a third down, a 3-down running back if you want him to be. He's a baller. This dude's a banger. Bigsby he's a banger. This guy's he's a traditional running back. He's a heavy hitter. So that was pretty cool. Okay, Rams are on the clock. Pick 89, I believe. Rams are on the clock. Interesting. What a deep, deep class, man. And here I was complaining about the lack of top heaviness in this draft, and I think rightfully so. But man, it's I knew it was a deep class. It's even deeper than I thought it would be. But man, that's some back end of the third round. You're looking at Keely Ringo and Darius Rush out there. Here's another cornerback I like, and this is on Mel Kiper's best available. Here's a cornerback I like. Not too many people probably know too much about him. I think fourth round, not really even in the back end of the third round, but anywhere in the fourth round. Carrington Valentine out of Kentucky is a cornerback I like a lot. He's raw. He's going to need time to develop, but this guy has the physical attributes that you'd want in a cornerback. Carrington Valentine. He's got the height. He's got the weight. The size. Like he's got the build that you'd want ideally in a cornerback. I think he's over 6 foot. I think he might be 6'2". He's got good weight to him, and he's got a lot of good athleticism as well. The thing is that he's got stuff he's got to work on. But I think fourth round, I think Carrington Valentine would be a really good value pick. I wouldn't take him in the back end of the third. Even the back end of the third, I think is still a little too early for him. And that might sound nitpicky, um, but I've been touting Carrington Valentine as like a nice, fourth round value for a long time now. I like him. Mel Kiper's got Dwayne McBride as the number 1 available running back and Israel Abanikanda as the number 3 available running back. Listen, I would have taken Israel Abanikanda over Bigsby hands down, to be honest with you. And I like Bigsby. I would have taken Abanikanda over him hands down. And there is no way in heck I would take Dwayne McBride over Israel Abanikanda. Dwayne McBride's got fumbling issues. I would not be touching that dude right now. It's too early. There are quite a few other running backs I'd be taking over Dwayne McBride. Guy puts up a lot of yards, but listen, you can fix fumbling issues as a running back. Tiki Barber, I'm a Giants fan. Throughout most of his career, he was always very productive, but through most of his career, he had serious fumbling issues until Tom Coughlin became head coach and gave him a few pointers. And after that, Barber never fumbled. So it can be repaired. It can be fixed. But I'm not taking a running back. Mel Kiper has him available as the number 1 running back available on his list. I wouldn't be touching him this early. I wouldn't touch Dwayne McBride before the 5th round, to be honest with you. I'm not all that big on him. And like I said, I would have taken Abanikanda hands down over Tank Bigsby. But I'm not complaining about the Bigsby pick. I thought it was a good pick. I thought it was cool. But I'm a huge fan of Abanikanda. Yeah, Blake Freeland, offensive tackle. I wonder if he goes here to the Rams. The pick is in. Blake Freeland is out there. Blake Freeland, like, killed the combine in terms of his athleticism for an offensive tackle. He was off the charts. Kobe Turner, defensive tackle, Wake Forest. All right. I'm not going to lie. I think that's a very uninspiring pick. I'm not big on these defensive tackles in this particular class. I'm not. Kobe Turner, Wake Forest, defensive tackle. All right. I mean, I think there's better value out there at other positions, and I'm just not crazy about Wake Forest talent, to be honest with you. Wake Forest or Baylor. I'm not crazy about talent coming out of those schools. All right. Well, I mean, not bad. It's not like some 7th round pick they reached for, but I'm just not crazy about this defensive tackle class in general. So, and I think the Rams probably could use some more help at the offensive line. They probably should have taken Blake Freeland. And Andrew Campy is back. So did the dogs let you come back on?
Yeah,
Gave them what they
so
needed?
I've sorted them out for a bit. So the Cowboys are on the clock now.
Cowboys pick is in?
Oh, so I was going to say, so basically since we last talked, 2 of the linebackers have gone. So
Trent Simpson finally went.
So yeah, it's quite interesting. I'm looking at the
was it Deion Henley out of Washington State went? The linebackers. Oh, Tank Bigsby, running back out of Auburn, went to Jacksonville. I thought that was a good pick for them.
So yeah, it's quite interesting because looking at their kind of like list they've talked to, so Washington is obviously still there.
You're going to be happy. Overshown, yep.
So yeah, as I said, like I feel like he was sort of expected to go sort of a bit later, probably in the 4th round, and then if you looked at the interviews that every team was doing, he just seemed to interview. It felt like he interviewed with 20 teams. So my gut feeling always he was going to go higher. So I feel like consensus says this is a good pick.
I think it's a good pick. I hear you on the 4th round. Like I'm not surprised at all. I think he's really fair 3rd round value. Like I think he could have went high, maybe 2nd round, anywhere in the 2nd would have been too early for him. But I think he could have went high in the 3rd round. So I think he did really well here. Man, I wish my team could get linebackers. DeMarvin and Overshown. That's a nice. I like that value, Andrew. I really do.
So yeah, so it was interesting actually. So they interviewed him at the combine, and then they also had him in for a top 30 visit. So they're obviously pretty keen on him for the whole time. So
gets to stay in Texas.
So I can't remember who it was. One of the players a few years ago was someone who they didn't actually have in for an interview. The Cowboys ended up picking. I can't remember who it was, but in general, they kind of tend to follow people they've met with. So that's why it's quite interesting to be able to have the list and be able to go through it. And so Maisie Smith, they talked to at the. They had him for a top 30 visit.
Yeah.
And then is it Schoonmaker or Schoonmaker? I should learn it. I need to learn it now.
It's either Schoonmaker or Schoonmaker.
So they spoke to him at the combine as well. So so far 2 of the guys I've spoken to at the combine, and then Maisie Smith was a top 30 visit, and then Overshown was a top 30 visit as well.
Bill's got our Tulane guy, Dorian Williams. He went earlier than I thought.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's in 7 picks. That's 4 linebackers.
Linebackers. It's a linebacker run. Damn. I didn't think you know what? I saw him mocked oftentimes in the 3rd round. I didn't think he'd actually go in the 3rd round. Well, listen, what am I talking about? The Giants don't have a 4th round pick anyway, so. Damn. Yep, linebacker run. Yep. There we go. Interesting. So he goes in the back end of the 3rd round. We've got there's like, let's see, normally the 3rd round would end at pick 96, but it's actually there's a lot of compensatory picks. Let's see. So it's actually up to like pick 102. So with the compensatory picks, there's 8 compensatory picks. All right, Chiefs are on the clock. Damn. Man, there's going to be nothing left for us for the Giants in the 5th round. Oh my gosh. The value. This is a deep class, but man, the deepness is quickly depleting here at the end of the 3rd round in across the board. Across the board. Yeah, that defensive tackle out of Northwestern, Adabaware, still out there. Keeler Ringo, Darius Rush, 2 good corners. Carrington Valentin, Blake Freeland, athletic freak for an offensive tackle. He's still out there. Tyler Scott and A.T. Perry, those are good wide receivers, man. A.T. Perry is like probably the last of the talented big bodies. Interesting. All right, so the pick is in for the Chiefs at pick number 92. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Check my notifications.
So I'm trying to go through my my list of Cowboys meetings to try and figure out who's still left. And so I was trying to figure out where Tyreek Stevenson went, the cornerback out of Miami. And so I Googled his name. And if you Google his name and you go to his Wikipedia right now, down the bottom, here is the latest addition to his page. He was drafted by the Chicago Bears in the 2nd round of the 2023 draft and became one of the best corners in NFL history and was a Super Bowl champion with the Bears in 2024. So there you go. You heard it here first.
Oh my God, that's funny. Hey, good for you, Tyreek. Good for you. I love it. Yeah, you know what? The Bears are building up a nice secondary. And they picked up that safety last year, Jaquan Brisker. I like Stevenson a lot. That dude, he's an awesome athlete. Chiefs pick is in. Okay. Yeah, it's the same thing. You know what you're talking about, the top 30 visits for Dallas, the Giants. I just gotta see. I have to see if I can find that list again. But I know they met with Deontay Banks, who they drafted. They met with John Michael Schmitz, who was the only center they met with. They drafted him, and then they also met with Jalen Hyatt, who they traded up for and drafted in the 3rd. I mean, yeah, they had actually met with Overshown too, I believe. They also met with Zay Flowers. What are the names? There were like names across, like, in terms of value, like all type, pretty much many rounds. Like I'd say like 4th round value guys as well. And let's see, I'm trying to think were there any guards they met with. I got to see if I got to find that list. Oh, all right. Here's a name I'm not even familiar with. Chiefs just took Wanya Morris, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. I got to say, I'm not even familiar with him. Wow. I'm embarrassed to admit that. We're in the back end of the 3rd round. I don't know Wanya Morris, Oklahoma. W-A-N-Y-A. Wanya Morris. My throat is so dry right now. Holy cow. I'll tell you, another quarterback I'm intrigued, and we were talking about Jordan Love before. Another quarterback that I'm intrigued actually to see, and he's only he'll be a 2nd-year quarterback, but first time he's starting. Sam Howell over in Washington. I know no one really talks about him. There's no expectations because he was a 3rd round pick last year. I tell people, I remind them that he had a really good year. His last year in college at UNC, it wasn't great, especially compared to the previous season. That previous season, he was really good, and then he lost his best playmakers, to the NFL. He lost 2 running backs, Javonte Smith and someone else. And Carter, who went to the Jets. and then he lost his 2 top wide receivers, and Amari Rodgers and someone else. I forgot who it was. And after that, he didn't have the same. He didn't have that talent level around him. His final year at UNC, and his numbers definitely dropped. But I thought 3rd round, I thought he was really, really good value for Washington. So I was surprised that they decided to roll with him anyway, and not like get a like Levis in the 1st round.
Well, that's what I was saying. I
Yeah.
feel like as a Washington fan, that's going to be the conversation, isn't it, going forward? Because you sit there and think, well, why can't you put Levis there?
But I gotta say, I am intrigued by Howell. I really am. Will Levis, man, what did you think about that drop yesterday? Let's talk about Will Levis, Andrew, if you don't mind. Like, I mean, I liked Will, Levis. I'm like, all right, this is a legitimate 1st round, quarterback. I'll tell you, when I saw that video of him, like, eating bananas with the peel on, and then mayonnaise and his coffee, and like, I didn't even know what to think of him. I'm like, hey, is he just is this supposed to be funny? Is it like some sort of like challenge thing, or like is he trying to prove something? Like, I just thought it was, I don't know, silly or stupid. It was I don't know. I didn't know what the objective was. I didn't know, like, are you trying to show that you're your own person? I don't. It was just weird. I thought it was not weird as in like, I don't know. I thought it was strange. And I did think, like, I'm not drafting this dude. I'll be honest with you. What did you think, Andrew, about the Will Levis drop? What did you think?
I just kind of like, and I mean, I know a lot of guys were sort of, well, within the T2T sort of network, there's a lot of guys who are high on him and a lot of guys who are low on him. But I always think to go anywhere in the NFL, you need a good quarterback, don't you? And the worst thing you can do is be good but not great. And Washington, if they're not careful, are going to fall into that category of being good but not great. And the problem is, if you're there, it's very hard to then go find yourself a star quarterback. So you're better off optimizing your opportunities. And so when Levis falls there, my thinking is get Levis in the building. If Howell is as good as you think he is, then leave Howell as the starter and then build from there.
I agree, because at the end of the day, it's as you wouldn't be trading up for Levis. He fell to you. And so it's not like he gave up, and it's like, even if it didn't work out where say Levis just stunk, or say Howell just is the guy, it's only one 1st-round pick. Like, 1st-round picks, they fail all the time. It's like, it's no big deal. I agree. Like, and I don't mean to crap on Will Levis too much. I'm like, I did like him, in the draft. I'm like, I do. Oh, Darnell Washington to the Steelers. Oh man, that makes so much sense. Darnell Washington, good for you, man. The rest of the league is going to regret passing on you.
It's a great pick at this time, isn't it?
Yep, the rest of the league is going to regret not taking him number 1 overall. Telling you, Andrew, mark my words. I love this guy. He is my guy. I love him. Good for you. Look at, he's hurdling people. People bounce off of him. It takes 2 people to take him down, and even then he's falling forward. I love the guy. Oh, he was my favorite player in this draft. I'm not saying the best. I'm just saying my favorite. Red zone target. Really good hands. Damn. I tell people, like, if he didn't play on the team with the best tight end in college football, Brock Bowers, his offensive numbers, I think, would have been really, really impressive. He's not a field stretcher like Kincaid, or like a Musgrave. He's not like, he's not that type of a tight end, but you can rely on this guy, I think, in big spots, 3rd down and long. You could throw it in traffic and he'll come down with it. Oh, man. That guy's huge. Holy cow. All right, so we're up to pick 94, Cardinals. Okay, Cardinals pick is in. Michael Wilson, wide receiver out of Stanford. Nice pick at the back end of the third round. Michael Wilson, wide receiver out of Stanford. Nice. So what's the feedback? I'm just gonna grab like a slice of pizza or something. I am starving. I'm just gonna go off screen, but you will hear me munching away. Any feedback? What's the feedback? Oh, any word from Coach on Overshown?
Look, his feedback is he's got a high ceiling, but he's not sure about the guy. So
that's like a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of these linebackers, though, in this class.
So he's not too happy so far, poor Coach. But
well, I think third round, I thought that was pretty cool value actually for Overshown. But that's like the same thing with all these linebackers in this class. They're all like that, like a lot of high ceiling, but you just don't know because a lot of them are really kind of light, kind of small. How about like Dallas Twitter? What are they saying about Overshown, or even just the day 2 picks overall?
Yeah, look, it's interesting. It's very subdued. I think no one in Cowboys Nation seems too pumped about what's going on so far.
I would assume I haven't checked the Giants Twitter universe. I have to assume I know everyone's definitely psyched about John Michael Schmitz because we were all crapping bricks about possibly not getting it. I mean, not a guard, not any interior offensive lineman, but center specifically. We were very, very scared about that. So I know the Giants fan base has to be really happy with that pick in the second round. I'm curious as to their reaction, which I haven't checked out. I'm curious as to the reaction with Height in the third and trading up for him too. I mean, I still, like I said, I was not all that crazy about Height, back into the first, but in second round. But man, third round, that was cool. But I didn't like giving up that fourth round pick. Sorry if you hear me munching, everyone, but I need to get something in my stomach. I'm getting hungry. So Bengals pick is in pick number 95. I think at this point in the draft, they should have a 1-minute limit to get that pick in. Maybe even make it 30 seconds. Still got some talented cornerbacks out there, man. Keely Ringo and Darius Rush. It's nice value at the end of the third round. Damn. Some good slot corners available still. So Andrew, besides Gilmore, what other moves did the Cowboys make? There was another good move they made too. Really smart, savvy move. There was another trade, right? I don't think it was a free agent. I think it was a trade they made. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're right, and I've completely blanked out on what it was.
Yeah, it's been a long night. I know it's late for you. I understand. You got Gilmore. Who else did you get?
Oh, Brandon Cooks.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh my gosh. Oh, Jordan Battle. All right, Cincinnati gets Jordan Battle, safety out of Alabama. He's more of a box safety, but he's a better athlete than just being a traditional box safety. But this dude brings it. He brings the wood. He brings the thunder. I like that. Jordan Battle, I think that's a great value at the end of the third round. Ooh, I like him. I like it.
So it's going to be interesting. So we got 7 picks to go here in the third round. So it's going to really start being interesting to see whether or not there's anyone who, they always talk about the the 201 is always interesting because, teams have had a night to go away and evaluate how the first round went. And then the same thing will happen with, they've done rounds 2 and 3. So now everyone will go off again and reevaluate.
Yeah.
And then everyone can decide who they're looking at in the 4th round. So it'll be interesting to see if the Bears take any calls on 401.
Yeah.
Lions
pick is in.
401.
Yep. Oh, yeah. There's going to be a lot of good value in the 4th round, man. I like it. I like the depth of this class. It's really good. Okay, Lions just took defensive tackle Broderick Martin. I have to admit, this is probably the second player tonight, which I think is pretty good. Only the second player tonight who I'm not familiar with, and I think they've both been defensive tackles. Okay, Broderick Martin, defensive tackle out of Western Kentucky. Interesting. Oh, he's a big dude. He's a very wide man. So he's out of a smaller school, Western Kentucky. Okay, Broderick Martin. Okay, so that was picked. So the Washington's up next. They're on the clock. Yeah. Look at that. Washington building up that secondary. Emmanuel Forbes and Jatavius Martin. Cornerback and a safety. Very nice. Very nice. Interesting. Okay. Detroit Lions so far this year in the draft. Gibbs, Campbell, Laporta, Brian Branch, Hendon Hooker, and Broderick Martin. That Laporta pick, that was interesting, man. I didn't expect him to go that early in the second round, but I get it as well. I do get it. I get it. Yeah. Oh, there's some good offensive linemen out there. Chandler Zavala, guard out of North Carolina State. He's really good value right now. Andrew Voorhees is out there. He's a guard from USC, and he's a guy who definitely would have won 3rd round. Andrew Voorhees, but he had a knee injury. I think it was a torn ACL. And so he's gonna. I'll tell you, if a team gets him in the 4th or definitely the 5th round, that value is gonna be sweet, assuming he comes all the way back from the torn ACL. So
he did it at the combine, didn't he?
What's that?
He did it at the combine, didn't he?
I think you're right. Damn. So yeah, he's gonna be lost for a year.
And then he came out and he still did the bench press. So you have to think a lot of teams are pretely impressed with his his guts to go out and do the bench press after tearing your ACL.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And he was seen as as a solid 3rd round pick. And I'll tell you, man, if I'm a team like the Giants that needs more help on the offensive line, and if he's actually there in the 5th, because he is going to lose the entire 2023 season, I would invest in him. I would, and just you got to hope that he comes back from the ACL okay, but accept that he's not going to be around this year. But man, he'd be a nice value move in the 5th round if that knee eventually heals up okay. And also you have Ricky Stromberg, center out of Arkansas. If the Giants had passed on center in the 2nd round, if they want whatever wide receiver or cornerback or whatever the edge, if they decided to wait late to take a center, I would have been cool with Ricky Stromberg, like in the 4th or 5th round. He plays with a nasty attitude. I love him. I like him a lot. So what?
All right, I'm gonna have to jump off. I will.
That's cool. Andrew, thank you for being here with me.
No worries. Excuse me.
I appreciate it.
That wasn't telling you to come hassle me. Thank you.
They're like, it's walk time.
Yeah.
Like, Dad, it's walk time. I know that look, man. Melvin does the same exact thing. He'll get on me like that with his paws, determined, not take a no for an answer. It's all good. Andrew, I'll wrap. I got it from here, man. Thanks for spending time with me and the audience. We all really appreciate it, my friend.
You have a good night and good luck for tomorrow for the Giants, eh?
Yeah, you too. Good luck with the Cowboys the rest of the way, my friend. Take care, Andrew. All right, guys. So we don't have too many picks left. We're up to pick 97. The Commanders' pick is in. Let's see where they're going, man. Oh, Ricky Stromberg. I was just mentioning him. I just mentioned him a minute ago. Damn. So he won. Hey, I'll tell you, I'm going to tout my horn about one thing. I thought Ricky Stromberg had third round value on him. Oh man, nice pick, Washington. I love this dude. I got to tell you, I would have been cool with taking a wide receiver in the second round, not taking John Michael Schmitz, but rather taking a wide receiver in the second round and taking Stromberg in the third round. I would have liked that. Man, I'll tell you, the interior of their offensive line to me is going to be nasty because they just signed our boy from the Giants, Nick Gates, plays with attitude. He's probably going to be competing for a guard position now, I guess. And Ricky Stromberg plays with attitude. He's a strong guy. I'll tell you, man. I like the identity they're building up on that Washington Commanders offensive line. I'm impressed. I gotta say, I like it. Cleveland Browns pick is in, number 98. All right, here we go. It's 11 o'clock, huh? 11:01. All right, hopefully next 20 minutes. All right, so Browns take Siaki Ika, defensive tackle out of Baylor. Okay, he was one of the seen as one of the. He's actually going after quite a few of the defensive tackles. I didn't expect that because he was seen, mocked, graded as I'd say maybe one of the top 5 defensive tackles in this class. But there've been quite a few other defensive tackles that have gone ahead of him. I am kind of surprised by him. Uh, I'm not crazy about this defensive tackle class. I wasn't that crazy about him. But you know what? Here at the back end of the third round, I think that's pretty cool value. I think that's pretty cool value. Back end of the third round. Okay, 49ers are on the clock. The pick is in. So as much as I've been critical about the defensive tackles in this class, when you're taking Siaki Ika out of Baylor at this point, back into the third round, I got to say that's cool value. It is. It is. That's cool. '49ers are up, man. They always make smart picks. They're one of those organizations like the Eagles and the Cowboys that know what they're doing. Jake Moody. Oh, kicker. Interesting. Out of Michigan. Look at that. I wonder if Mr. Irrelevant, Ephraim Geller, one of our newbies over here at Toilets and Titles, one of our newer members here on our team at Toilets and Titles, he's a 49ers fan. Wow. I'll tell you, I am someone who appreciates good kickers and good punters because it is a huge part of the game. I don't know anything about the guy. I assume he's the best kicker in this class. All right, man. Looks like they're showing video of him nailing field goals from, wow, 50, like 54, 59 yards. All right. I love it. All right. Look at that. And the 49ers, who probably don't have too many holes to begin with. Oh, it's the back end of the third round they took Jake Moody. Okay, that's right. It's not fourth round. I like it. If you're a team that has very few holes, I think it's totally cool taking a kicker at the back end of the third round because he, if he works out like you expect him to, he's probably going to be your kicker for the next 15 years. And there's nothing more annoying than having a bad kicker. Maybe a kicker without a strong leg or inaccurate. Like having an accurate kicker who nails those game-winning field goals in prime time is key. And I would happily pay a late third round pick for that. I don't have a problem with that. Okay, Raiders are on the board. The pick is in. This is pick 100, and I think this is the pick that the Raiders got from the Giants for Darren Waller. I do believe this is, yeah, the pick that the Raiders got from the Giants, I think, for Darren Waller. Yep, pick 100 in the Darren Waller trade. So let's see what's going on here. Oh, you know what? Let me see what's going on here. Check out Twitter. I'm just checking out Twitter over here. Everyone's commercial break anyway. Okay, best available tight ends. Mel Kiper's got Zach Kuntz. I agree with that 100%. Also Mallory out of Miami. I like that. After that, I'm kind of like on the tight ends. Josh Wiley or Weil out of Cincinnati. Ooh, Tyree Wilson. Oh no, okay, I'm sorry. Forget I'm thinking of someone else. But yeah, Zach Kuntz, tight end out of Old Dominion, still out there, and that guy was an athletic freak. Athletic freak. Okay. Raiders pick is in. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. So it's commercial break. Let's see. I'll tell you, this has turned out to be such an exciting draft. I gotta say, really has, man. It not being a top-heavy class, but being a deep class only, really has just kind of made it really exciting. Yeah, Blake Freeland is still out there. Keely Ringo, Adebaware, Adebaware, defensive end, defensive lineman from Northwestern. Darius Rush, Carrington Valentine. I like him too. DeJuan Jones is still out there too. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, Chandler Zavala, Luke Weipler or Whippler out of Ohio State. There's really good talent, man. Isaiah McGuire, defensive end out of Missouri. That's a nice pick. Colby Wooden, I like him as a defensive tackle. He's defensive tackle out of Auburn. Colby Wooden is actually one of my favorite defensive tackles in this class. I think he's better than quite a few of the guys that went ahead of him already. To be honest, I like Colby Wooden a lot. Andre Carter's still out there, out of linebacker out of Army. Nick Herbig, edge, a linebacker out of he's both edge and linebacker out of Wisconsin is out there. I had a little birdie tell me that the Giants had serious interest, if he's there, I guess, serious interest for the edge out of Army, but I assume he's going in the 4th round. All right, so the Raiders just took wide receiver Trey Tucker. He's a wide receiver I really don't know much about, actually. Actually, I don't know anything about Trey Tucker, I got to say. I was very familiar with Tyler Scott, his teammate, but I'm not familiar with Trey Tucker. Interesting. Okay. Well, he just goes number 100 to the Raiders. Okay. And I'm not trying to diminish him or anything. I'm just saying, just admitting I really don't know anything about Trey Tucker, wide receiver out of Cincinnati. All right. So far, there've only been 3 players out of the top 100 that I was not familiar with at all. I'm going to pat myself on the shoulder. I'm impressed with myself. I am. So yeah, Raiders so far: Tyree Wilson, Michael Mayer, Byron Young. Nice draft class. 49ers are on the clock. Pick is in. Pick 101. Cool. So we just got a few picks left, guys. That's all. Let's see. Oh, all right. So interesting. 49ers took tight end Cameron Latu out of Alabama. That could be a sneaky pick there. I didn't look into this guy too much. I'm familiar with the name. I didn't look into him too much, but I've heard quite a few people talk about when they talk about sleeper picks. Latu was one of them. He's a big, solid dude. 8 receiving touchdowns in 2021, most by a tight end in Alabama history. Interesting. He's big, but big body. This dude's big. Wow, interesting. But Cameron Latu, I heard, oof, plays with some nastiness. Ooh, I like that. Oh man, the 49ers got this guy, huh? Pretty cool. All right, Vikings are up. Pick is in. We only have 3 more picks, including this one. All right. All right. Let's see. Oh, is this the last pick? Oh, I guess, okay. I guess this is the last pick. The Vikings take, pick is in. All right, guys, I believe this is the final pick of the 3rd round. Pick 102. Yes, there have been, I think, 6 compensatory picks. Okay, they got Mekhi Blackman, cornerback out of USC. All right, so the Minnesota Vikings just drafted with pick number 102, which is a 3rd round compensatory pick. They just took cornerback Mekhi Blackman out of USC. Okay. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Well, they are addressing some needs on the defense there. Minnesota. Okay, yeah. What happened over here? I think that's the last. Wait, there's more picks. Interesting. Hmm. Okay, so the Bears pick is in. So pick 103. I'm not sure how many picks are in. I'm gonna go to ESPN. I'm on the NFL site, and I don't like how they have this set up. Draft tracker. Let's see. Interesting. Is the draft over? Is that it? Let me take a look. I'm just looking to see if that was the last pick, people. It looks like it. All right. So this is a wrap. Hey, listen, I'm patting myself on the back. I was here for all 2 rounds here, day 2 of the NFL draft. And I want to say thank you to the people who joined me today, both on screen. That includes Justin Stevens and Andrew Campy. Bobby, thank you so very much. George Reed stopped in for a little while too. If there's anyone else I'm forgetting, I apologize. Also, Dennis, thank you for hopping in the chat for a long time. Dennis was giving us those picks before they were being announced on ESPN by like a minute and a half to 2 minutes. That was impressive. So I was very happy to be getting the information. I was bragging. I was tweeting out that information as I was getting it from Nostradamus, our internal psychic. Again, we were getting those picks before they were being announced on TV. So that was really cool, really fun. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who joined me on screen, everyone who joined me in the chat. It's been a great night. What a great draft class this is. Man, here I was complaining that this is not a top-heavy class. You know what? It's a deep class, and it's been really, really fun. So what a crazy, crazy fun draft. And I'm really looking forward tomorrow, day 3, and that is rounds 4 through 7. It's going to be a lot of fun. But, man, what a great draft class. Guys, this is Joe, otherwise known as Joe Knows. This is a wrap on day 2 of the 2023 NFL draft, and I will see you sometime soon. All right, guys, take care. Enjoy the rest of the draft. Bye, everybody.